Lancer has been on fire lately, putting up a 26-10 record over the last day. That contrast in form is pretty stark compared to Ignis, who has struggled through a long slide in his last few games. We'll see if that momentum carries through the first half. Lancer is just untouchable right now, securing another point from the ramp. Historically, he's usually the one struggling in this matchup. Lancer quickly manages to clear the wine box, just coasting through this opener. He's completely disregarding that head-to-head history. Lancer just plucks him right off the toolbox, continuing this absolute steamroll. Ignis is definitely feeling that recent cold streak. Lancer is just powering through, picking up another round to keep the perfect start alive. He's currently sitting in the upper half of the rankings. Finally, Ignis finds an opening from the bricks to get his first point of the half. A solid response there to get things a bit more interesting. Ignis is starting to put up a real fight here, denying Lancer a strong advantage from the ramp. Ignis is holding his ground well here. Lancer shuts that door quickly, dropping Ignis right off the wine box to reclaim the momentum. Ignis manages to shut Lancer down from the toolbox, keeping his hopes alive for now. He has definitely a lifelong edge in this rivalry. That was a fierce battle for the high ground, and Ignis came out on top. A tough stretch for him lately, but he's clearly fighting back. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing the role of the spoiler here. He's completely ignored the historical gaps in their head-to-head stats so far. Let's see if the switch helps. A strong opening to the second half for Ignis, keeping the pressure on as he claws back into this. He's really making this a tight series. Ignis secures the equalizer from the wine box, bringing this map back to a dead heat. Total chaos now, as we're back to a complete deadlock. Lancer just puts a stop to that 3-round slide, catching Ignis right as he tried to push from the ramp. It's definitely a tough time for him after those losses to Aster and Mist. Ignis is showing incredible resolve, staying completely unscathed to keep this duel deadlocked. He's really fighting to prove the odds wrong in this one. Lancer is playing some remarkably fast rounds right now, shutting Ignis down quickly from the wine box. Lancer is just refusing to let him breathe, taking him down quickly from the toolbox to extend the lead. A flawless piece of aim from Ignis as he continues to chip away at that deficit. He's refusing to go down without a fight today. He strikes from the ramp to secure the point, evening the match at 10-10. Lancer needs a quick response to stop this slide. Lancer quickly clears him off the wine box, and we are back to a 1-round difference. Both of these players are historically quite close on this map. Lancer handles the pressure perfectly and moves just 1 point away from victory. Exactly the kind of control we expected from the favorite. Absolute brilliance to seal the series. He clears out the wine box and secures the win. Ignis fought back so hard, but he just couldn't find that last piece of the puzzle today. What a fight! Ignis has won over 60% of their lifetime meetings, but we're seeing a huge shift in current momentum with the 7-game losing streak he's carrying into this set. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can keep the pressure up. Absolutely outclassed again. He is simply refusing to let his opponent get any footing. He's really feeling the weight of those recent losses. Simply untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's definitely not playing like the favorite right now. He finally puts a round on the board, cleaning up the duel with ease. He is showing some real grit, keeping the pressure on to keep this set close. He's finally starting to fight back into this game. He's on fire now, securing his 3rd straight round in a blink. He's finally playing to his expected level as the favorite. What a scramble! He claws back to a tie and barely walks away from that fight with his life. Pure nerves on that finish, but he gets the result. A sharp response from Omnic to regain the lead. A tough spot for Ignis after that recent defeat to the Lancer. He's completely flipped the script, leveling the match at 5-all. A real battle of wills as we head toward the half. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, taking a narrow 6-5 lead. Both of them are fighting out of a tough day of results. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, it is a huge surprise to see the underdog sitting in the driver's seat right now. He is taking full advantage of his opponent's cold start. Time for a quick reset. Omnic has a win rate of only 37% across his career matches. It's really telling that he's the one putting on a show here. He's completely ignoring the history between these two players to put himself in a dominant position. Ignis secures the elevation and proves he's still very much in this contest. A quick recovery from that previous slide. Omnic is cruising now, extending that gap to 10-6. Things look bleak for Ignis after that rough set against Lancer. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, but he manages to secure the round. A tough look for the higher ranked player in this set. Wow, what a desperate struggle. Both players were practically empty, but he manages to secure the victory. He's firmly back in control, bringing the score to 12-7. It's a tough road for the higher seed to climb back from this. He manages to keep his hopes alive with a perfect response. He needs a strong finish to overcome the deficit. He keeps his cool and shuts that window, snagging another round to slow things down. A much needed breath for the higher seed. And that's it. Omnic closes out the series with a hard-fought final duel. He really proved his growth today, finally breaking a long streak of defeats against this opponent. That's a huge statement victory. Lancer is in a very strong groove right now, carrying a 6-game win streak into this encounter. I mean, it's that kind of high confidence that usually creates a gap early on. The real question is if Omnic can shake that off and find a response. Lancer holds a slim 2-1 lead as things heat up. These early exchanges are lightning fast, the reactions are just incredibly sharp on both sides. He's just completely controlling the pace now with 3 straight wins. A gritty exchange that ends in his favor, proving he can hold his own under pressure. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Omnic puts a hard stop to that run, picking Lancer right off the wine. He's proving why the odds were slightly in his favor going in. The momentum has completely shifted and we are all square at 4-all. Unbelievable! He's just completely taken over the server with 4 straight. This is definitely the kind of result the pre-match odds predicted. Lancer responds quickly to flatten the score back to a deadlock. Lancer definitely knows how to handle this specific rivalry. Lancer edges ahead, putting him up 6-5. We've seen a very similar pattern in their last meeting. Lancer holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. You know, this matches the projections perfectly. He's staying consistent while Omnic struggles to keep up the pace on this map. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic manages to pick him off the wine as the comeback effort continues. Lancer looked too comfortable in that corner. An absolutely pristine shot there, bringing the score dead even. Absolute chaos as the momentum shifts right back to the center. Lancer breaks the deadlock again to reclaim his lead. His performance today has been incredibly locked in. Lancer has looked fantastic throughout the day with a 25-10 record in his last few matches. So yeah, he's definitely riding a wave of confidence right now. It's putting Omnic in a really tough spot as he tries to claw back into this series. A fierce scrap of a round, but he manages to outlast the fight and keep this run rolling. He's just untouchable right now, walking away with another clean frame to reach match point. Omnic catches him in a blink, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. A fast response to keep the pressure climbing. He's staying sharp, continuing this mini run to keep himself in the fight. Game over, he shuts the door on this match with a perfectly placed final shot. He's just completely on fire today, picking up another victory against a guy who usually has the upper hand in this rivalry. Lancer is entering this series on a huge wave, especially with that 7-win streak in his last 10 outings. It's an impressive run that puts him in a completely different headspace compared to Ignis, who has been struggling to put games together lately. Ignis takes a slim 2-1 lead after that play. The head-to-head stats definitely lean the other way. It's a total deadlock now. Both of these guys are refusing to let the other get any breathing room. Lancer looks sharp after that 39 victory over Omnic today. Ignis grabs a 3-2 cushion as we head back. He's really fighting to reverse a tough run of results today. What a frantic exchange! He barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health left. Ignis is proving why he's typically the favorite in this rivalry. Lancer just reads him perfectly and takes him right off the ramp. Ignis is still reeling from a rough set of results earlier today. Unbelievable. Lancer barely clings to life after that brutal exchange, but he manages to secure the tie. Ignis holds a tight lead, but Lancer is closing in. The lower seed is certainly making his presence felt. Ignis is really starting to separate himself here, and he made quick work of Lancer on the ramp. Lancer's higher rank isn't translating into a lead right now. Ignis still manages a thin 1-round lead. Ignis is definitely feeling the weight of that recent 8-game slide. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead going into the break, and honestly, it's a strong start for the man who historically controls this matchup. He's showing a lot of poise despite those recent struggles. Time to see if Lancer fights back. Lancer has been remarkably consistent today, winning 26 of his last 36 rounds. It's a stark contrast to the way he's playing right now. He's definitely letting his opponent dictate the flow of the game. What a desperate scrap. He barely manages to survive that chaos with just a tiny fraction of health. Ignis is really putting on a show here, and he just used that height advantage on the ramp to pull further ahead. It's a total reversal of the result from their previous meeting. Ignis is firmly in control at 10-7. He definitely carries a significant rating advantage into the later stages. Lancer refuses to go away, trading blows in a messy fight to keep his comeback alive. He's starting to play like the favorite he was projected to be. He's on fire right now, putting the pressure back on Ignis with another effortless victory. He's really starting to play to that favorite status. Absolute insanity. He just wiped the floor with the opposition to tie this series up at 10-all. Ignis reacts quickly to put himself back in front. He's definitely battling through the slump to stay competitive here. A crushing blow for Lancer, who gets deleted right off the ramp. He's simply too precise right now. And there it is. Ignis claws through a brutal fight to close out the series. He really dug deep for that one, especially with those 3 narrow escapes that kept him in the driver's seat. He just refused to fold. What a fight! Ignis has an impressive historical edge with a 63% win rate against Omnic. It is interesting because that dominance usually carries over even when the ratings suggest a closer fight. Now the question is if Omnic can reverse that trend here. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's playing with a bit more confidence after that 13-10 victory over Lancer. Ignis is really starting to pull away now, looking very sharp in these early exchanges. Ignis just takes a commanding 3-2 lead. The gap between their ladder positions isn't as wide as it looks. Omnic claws back to tie it up at 3-all. This feels a bit like their latest run-in on Blame Orange. Ignis keeps his nose ahead, but this one is still a total toss-up. Both of them have been fighting through a tough day so far. Dead heat at 4 apiece for Omnic and Ignis. He's certainly not letting the odds get in his head today. Ignis edges back ahead with a narrow 5-4. That's the higher ranked player finally getting a taste of blood. Ignis is really rolling now, catching Omnic quickly even with the elevation advantage. A total shutdown, and he's now completely taken over this opening half. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's just playing exactly as expected so far. He looked very strong during that 4-round run to put some distance between himself and Omnic. Omnic needs to find a gear. Ignis has logged over 12,000 matches in this format, and that depth of experience is really showing in how he's managing this lead. He seems completely unfazed by the pressure, putting himself in a great position to close this out. Another efficient exchange for the leader, who looks practically untouchable in this stretch. A completely effortless shot puts Ignis just 1 round away from victory. And there it is. He shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the series. He definitely got his revenge for that previous loss on Orange. Omnic just couldn't find an answer for him today. Lancer comes into this with a strong 24-11 record over the last day, but it's interesting that he's often the favorite despite a history of close battles here. We'll see if he can actually maintain that momentum today.
Omnix holding the lead 2-1 as we reset.
He's definitely looking to reclaim his historical lead in this rivalry. Lancer shuts him down right from the window, keeping things dead even for now. Casting a look at their overall history, it's a total coin flip. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. Both of these players are essentially fighting from the same tier on the ladder. Lancer secures the advantage by playing off the ramp, bringing the score back to a dead heat. Both of these competitors are fighting out of the middle of the pack. Lancer pulls further ahead, now sitting at 4-3. Lancer is really taking control of this head-to-head momentum. Omnic is really showing he can handle the pressure, taking control of the momentum shift here. Omnic claws back a single lead, now up 5-4. His rank just barely trails Lancer's on the ladder. He's completely taken over this stretch, securing his third straight victory in style. The slight favorite is definitely making his presence felt here. Lancer answers back quickly to keep things tight as we approach the halfway mark. He's showing that upper half ranking quality right now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Lancer has the higher rank, but Omnic is proving he belongs in this series. Everything is perfectly balanced heading into the switch. Let's see who blinks first. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life with 6 HP after that absolute slugfest on the ramp. Absolute nail-biter of a round there. And we are back to a dead tie at 7 apiece. It's an incredibly tight contest between these two right now. Omnic keeps his composure on the ramp and finds a way to maintain this lead. He's proving why the odds leaned slightly in his direction today. Netherman is backing down, we're locked at 8 each. He's really trying to shake off that recent loss to Ignis. Omnix holding the high ground beautifully, getting the dual 1 from the ramp. Both of these players are fighting right around the same spot on the ladder. Omnic is currently on a strong run to pull ahead by 2 rounds. Well, he's showing some real consistency in the server, which is a big swing from his struggle to find wins in his last few matches. It'll be a tough mountain for Lancer to climb if the momentum stays this way. What a fight! He outlasts Lancer in a grueling trade, putting him just 1 point away from victory. And there it is, Omnic closes out the series with that final kill to take the map. He really stepped up when it counted to break that streak Lancer had going in their last few head-to-heads. Lancer is coming into this with a strong 24-12 record over the last day, you know, and that early momentum is a big change from how he historically fares against Ignis. I wonder if this is a sign that the tide is turning in this rivalry. Lancer is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The head-to-head history definitely favors the man on the comeback. Lancer is putting an incredible amount of pressure on Ignis right now. His higher position on the ladder is giving him the edge today. Unreal! Both players were hammered, but Lancer survives by the narrowest of margins. He's really making the most of the gap in the ladder. He's just completely stopped the opposition's momentum with that effortless kill. Lancer is really capitalizing on that upper half ranking. Lancer shuts him down right off the ramp to maintain this oppressive lead. He is proving to be the much stronger player this session. Ignis reacts quickly to secure a win and slow the pace down. That was a lightning fast exchange to get back in the game. He barely escapes with his life, clutching this round after a brutal exchange. The momentum has shifted completely from their last outing on Blame Mapas. Lancer has climbed to a substantial 8-round lead. He is comfortably dominating a player who is usually favored by the books, and honestly, it's a complete reversal from the last time these two met. Now the question is if Ignis can find any answer before the halftime break. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. This is a shocking start for Ignis. He was expected to walk away with this, but he's currently getting outplayed in every single exchange. Time to reset and go again. Ignis just gets his first round back, trailing 9-4. He's showing a bit more resilience now than his last few outings suggest. Lancer still holds a strong grip at 9-5. He's really starting to find a way through those defenses. Lancer just shut the door on that little rally, catching Ignis right as he stepped off the ramp. Ignis has generally been the better opponent throughout their long history. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely scraped through that fight with a sliver of health. He just can't let the other guy find any rhythm. Ignis is hanging tough, refusing to let this match slip away easily. He's fighting through a tough day, but still knows how to find a way. Ignis is definitely starting to close the gap here with those quick back-to-back wins. He is currently struggling to maintain that early gap. He holds the high ground on the ramp to secure another victory, continuing a fierce run. Ignis is really starting to lean into that old-time head-to-head advantage. He's just unstoppable right now, extending this run to 4 straight wins. Lancer is looking visibly rattled after that collapse. He answers back with a cold, precise shot to halt that run and put himself on the verge of victory. He's finally showing the consistency that put him as the favorite today. Boom! He shuts everything down with a final burst to secure the victory. Lancer really walked away with the momentum here, finally shaking off that bad loss they shared earlier in the session. Ignis is really dominating the long-term history here with a 64% win rate in their head-to-head matchups, and he's coming off a huge victory against Omnic in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence helps him pull ahead early. Omnic is putting on a clinic with a 2-1 lead. His higher standing on the ladder isn't quite showing yet. A total shutout here, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. His recent form of 60% over the last 10 is showing. Absolutely effortless, he just won't let up today. He is really making his opponent pay for that previous loss. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback, claiming his 5th consecutive round. Finally, a round for Ignis, putting a stop to that runaway start. Omnic has a positive 18-16 record over the last day, so yeah, that explains why he's playing with so much confidence right now. It's a huge contrast to his usual struggles against this opponent. Omnic is cruising along with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's certainly fighting to prove the favorite's edge here. The gap is narrowing quickly. Ignis is making a real push to close this out before the half. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a huge surprise given how badly he usually struggles against Ignis. We're looking at a potential upset if he can keep this pace up. Time to swap and reset. Omnic maintains a strong grip, pushing forward to 8-5. He's really fighting through a tough current form to keep this lead. He's refusing to fold, walking away from that exchange without losing a single hit point. Just a glimpse of that superior head-to-head history. Omnic stretches his lead further to 9-6. He's certainly making good on his higher ladder position. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let his opponent slide away with this game. That's another flawless exchange for Ignis, who simply refuses to stay down. Omnic keeps his composure, pulling ahead to 10-8. Just a few rounds ago, he was facing a rough series of losses. He's refusing to fade away, keeping the pressure on to bring this clash closer. He's finally starting to look like the favorite here. He's simply unstoppable right now, evening the score to 10-10. Absolute deadlock as we head into the final stretch. This is turning into a real toss-up. Neither of them can seem to put the other away right now. What a turnaround! He just completely wiped the slate clean, bringing this series back to a dead heat. What a shot. Omnic takes full control of the server and puts himself just 1 point away from victory. And there it is! Omnic closes the door and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep to overcome that historical deficit. Ignis fought back so hard, but just couldn't find the final push. What a battle! Lancer has a 48% success rate on this particular map, which is a significant edge over his opponent. It should be interesting to see if that historical comfort helps him secure an early lead here. Unbelievable! He manages to claw out a victory from the ramp despite nearly being taken out. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp to keep things tight early on. He's trying to close the gap after that tough loss earlier today. Lancer and Omnic are locked in a dead heat. The higher seed is struggling to hold his lead. Lancer just barely edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. He really wants to get back at him for that loss on fast aim. Lancer is quickly taking control here, really putting a grip on this set. He's looking a lot more comfortable than when he faced Omnic today. What a statement. Lancer deletes him from the ramp to secure a 3-round slide. His opponent really can't find any answers right now. A clean kill from the ramp as Omnic proves he's not going down without a fight. His side is finally starting to show some of that pre-match confidence. What a scramble! Omnic manages to survive that chaotic exchange and keeps his comeback rolling. Lancer shuts that door quickly from the ramp, putting himself back in the driver's seat here. He's a bit more consistent than his recent outings today. Both players exchange heavy fire, but Omnic manages to secure the kill and keep the score tight. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He's playing the favorites role well though, Omnic is keeping it close. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic actually holds a slight lead in their overall head-to-head record. He's clearly a dangerous opponent for Lancer, but he's just not finding that same edge in this specific match. It will take a huge mental shift for him to overturn this deficit. Lancer is firmly in command with a 9-6 cushion. Omnic is definitely feeling the heat after that rough 4-13 outing earlier. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on Omnic right now. He's just one step ahead in almost every exchange. Lancer is really making the most of his recent 23-12 run. He secures another one from the ramp, completely taking over this match. He's playing like the much more confident man this afternoon. He just won't let up, taking a crucial battle to reach match point. The pre-match predictions are looking pretty wrong right now. And that's it. Lancer puts on a display of pure skill to close out the series. He really made that look easy today. It's a huge bounce back after dropping their previous set on fast aim. Lancer has been outperforming everyone lately with a 24-12 record today, but he's facing a tough psychological wall here. Ignis has a massive advantage in their total head-to-head history, which usually makes this a very uncomfortable matchup for Lancer. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent right now with 3 straight wins. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Absolute perfection from the frontrunner, and he just doesn't seem to be slowing down. A total shutout as he extends the gap to 5 rounds. The higher rating isn't making any difference right now. Lancer finally answers back with a clean shot to get on the board. He's definitely showing that upper half ranking right now. Lancer is fighting back with that strong 80% win rate in his last 10 games. You can see that confidence starting to peak now that the momentum has shifted. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this run going. He just dragged his opponent off the box, continuing this impressive roll. He's starting to close that gap on the scoreboard. Unbelievable. He is on fire right now, claiming a 4th straight round without taking a single hit. Lancer is simply unstoppable, evening things up at 5-all. The pre-match favorite has finally clawed his way back into the driver's seat. Unreal Ignis barely scrapes by with 4 health to close out the sequence from the box. He's really fighting through a rough patch of form lately. We're deadlocked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, it's really an open game now. Lancer is proving he can hang with the favorite despite that historical head-to-head gap. Time to see who blinks. That was a brutal exchange, but he comes out on top to take the lead. He's really capitalizing on these high-pressure moments. Ignis just hammered home a huge response, locking it at 7 apiece. Neither of them are given an inch tonight. He's staying aggressive from the box and continues this incredible charge back into the game. Lancer is quickly regaining his footing after that setback. He keeps the pressure high and pulls further ahead, continuing this gritty climb back into the match. He's putting that top 10 ladder placement to the test. Ignis holds that height and makes a strong statement, keeping things tight as we head into the late game. A tough spot for someone sitting at rank 21. Lancer proves he won't be shaken, digging deep to push his advantage to 2. He's really starting to lean into that favorite status. He manages to stay composed through a long standoff and walks away completely unscathed. The gap in skill is really starting to show through. He is just outclassing his opponent from the box to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's just completely stripped away all of his opponent's confidence. What a fight! He digs deep to secure the victory, surviving on a mere 9 health. He's just completely rewritten the history books between these two. Lancer has officially shaken off those demons today. Ignis has been the clearly dominant force in their history, holding a massive lead over Omnic in their head-to-head matches. But that hasn't mattered much today, given how struggles Ignis has been having in his most recent series. I wonder if the mental toll of those losses is finally catching up. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's looking much sharper than that last close set they played. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Ignis isn't even getting a chance to react. Things are looking bleak for the favorite. He just can't stop the momentum, taking a perfectly clean shot for another win. Total shift from how their last meeting played out. He just won't go away, powering through the exchange to take a commanding 5-1 lead. It's a complete flip from their last game together. Absolutely oppressive performance, and that's another clean sweep for Omnic. He's really struggling to find any footing after that poor run today. He is simply too fast, extending his grip on this match with another effortless point. Finally, a response from Ignis to get back into the game. He's had a tough run of results throughout the day. Omnic currently holds the upper hand, despite having a significantly lower overall win rate than his opponent. Well, these back-to-back rounds prove that Ignis is finally shaking off the rust. He just needs a few more to flip the script entirely. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything about the pregame pointed to Ignis taking this. We're looking at a massive swing in favor of the underdog right now. Let's see who takes control now. He is putting up a fight, drawing first blood in this half to bring the score to 7-6. The momentum is shifting back to the favorites. Even the game, Ignis is showing incredible grit to wipe out that early deficit. He's finally showing the form that made him the favorite. Absolute perfection as he surges back into the lead, making this an incredibly impressive recovery. He's completely locked in now, extending his run to 4 straight. He's truly asserting himself as the higher ranked player in this pair. A sharp response to hold that streak and bring the gap down to 1. The higher rated player in this pairing is finally starting to push back. A heavy exchange there, but he manages to come out on top and build his cushion. He's really starting to leverage that ladder advantage. Ignis just edges ahead, holding a slim 10-9 lead. A solid way to bounce back after that loss to Lancer. Omnic answers back, and we are completely deadlocked at 10 apiece. Unbelievable, Ignis barely survives a slugfest to take an 11-10 lead, showing incredible heart to stay in this match. We've reached a complete stalemate here, and now it all boils down to whoever can stay calmer in these final moments. What a read. Omnic takes this one to put himself on the verge of victory. The underdog is showing some incredible resilience today. Absolutely stunned him with that final shot. Omnic closes it out and secures the win. He really fought his way back from the brink, but he just couldn't find that one final shot to secure the series. What a fight. Lancer has an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 games, and is bringing that huge amount of confidence into this set. It will be interesting to see if he can turn this into another convincing victory. Lancer and Omnic are deadlocked at 1 apiece. A very tight historical rivalry between these two. Lancer just snatched the lead, putting Omnic under pressure. Lancer is continuing that dominance we saw in their last meeting. The reaction times are just lightning fast today. These exchanges are ending in a heartbeat. Lancer holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. Just a narrow gap in the rankings between these two. Omnic claws back to make it 3-all. The head-to-head history strongly favors Omnic in this rivalry. Omnic is really starting to push the pace here, putting Lancer on the defensive. He's proving why the odds were in his favor tonight. Perfectly balanced at 4 apiece as we hit the reset. A gritty fight coming from 2 of our top 25 players.
Omnic steps ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 lead.
He's looking a lot more comfortable than in that loss earlier today. They're trading rounds back and forth now, making it nearly impossible to tell who has the upper hand. Lancer has a strong 23-12 record over the last day. Omnic barely edges ahead, leading 6-5. Coming off a solid 19-16 run over the past day. We've got a dead heat at 6 all heading into the break. And honestly, this really lines up with the expectations. Omnic is holding his own despite the gap in their recent form. Fresh start for both players. Lancer recovers the advantage, moving ahead 7-6. The momentum really seems to be shifting toward the lower rated player. Lancer has a distinct advantage on this layout with a win rate around 47%, and you can see it translating into the server right now. It's clear he's feeling very comfortable with the spacing, so the pressure is really starting to mount for Omnic. Unreal. Omnic barely keeps his head above water there, clutching out a win with just a tiny sliver of health. A clutch play like that really keeps the pressure on. Lancer is pulling away now, leading by 2. Things are looking different than we expected given the pre-match odds. Lancer just edges back in front at 9-8. The lower ranked side is putting up a real fight here. Omnic has completely neutralized the lead Lancer once held, bringing this right back to a dead heat. He's really stepping up to equalize this series here. A completely untarnished sequence for Omnic, who is now on a tear with 3 consecutive rounds. The momentum has completely shifted, and Omnic is now on a tear with 4 in a row. Absolute control now, as he moves just 1 round away from the finish line. Lancer is just completely frozen out right now. Lancer refuses to go quietly, stepping up with a lightning-fast response to keep his hopes alive. He's not backing down, digging in to keep this series alive. The favorite is suddenly staring down a very precarious lead. What a scramble! He scrapes through a chaotic fight to force a tie at 12-all. Both of these players are just refusing to break. Absolute madness from Lancer, taking complete control of this map to seal the deal. A ferocious final push to wrap this up. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, moving to a 2-round advantage in overtime. His current form is just completely overwhelming the favorite. He's just unstoppable right now, continuing this incredible surge to put himself one step away from victory. A huge response from Omnic, showing some serious grit to keep this fight alive. A vital stand to keep the pressure mounting. Absolutely incredible. Lancer closes it out with a perfect final strike to take the match. Just a grueling battle in the end, and he really dug deep to find a way through overtime. He had to work for that. Lancer is really firing right now with a 24-12 record over the last day. He's carrying an immense amount of confidence into this series. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find some stability here to break a tough losing streak. Lancer holds a slim lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's normally the favorite in this head-to-head rivalry. What a scramble! He almost went down, but managed to claw out a victory from a brutal exchange. Lancer is just dominating, putting up a command in 4-1. Lancer is mirroring the success he had in their previous meeting. A really clean response from Ignis to keep this series close. That was an incredibly fast exchange to secure the round. Ignis keeps the pressure on, shutting things down from the Tetris to stay right in this. Lancer can't afford to let the door swing wide open here. Ignis has historically beaten Lancer in a huge number of their meetings. Well, it's a strange dynamic because we're seeing their dominance fade in real time today. The challenge for Ignis is whether he can reverse this current trend before Lancer pulls too far ahead. He's simply too fast right now, erasing that early deficit to bring us dead even. Completely wiped out that narrow lead with 2 fast kills. Ignis claims another from the wine, fully erasing that early lead. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure as the underdog now. We head into the break with a dead heat at 6-all. Well, Lancer is definitely defying the historical odds here. He's playing like a man on a mission and refuses to let the favorite take control. fresh start for both of them. He's showing a lot of heart, effortlessly taking this round to claim a narrow lead. The shift in energy is palpable for the underdog. Lancer is looking very sharp from that wine position, taking this round down to the wire. Lancer edges ahead, gripping an 8-7 advantage now. He's showing incredible grit, clawing back into this series to even things up. The momentum has completely shifted in this dead heat. The comeback continues as Ignis outlasts him in a tough exchange to take the lead. The momentum is swinging back to the higher ranked player. He is simply unstoppable right now, racking up 3 straight to firmly seize control of the map. A perfect response from Lancer to halt the momentum. Lancer is certainly looking a step above his opponent in this set. Just like that, Lancer ties it up at 10-all. Just adding to a very rough day for the veteran. He is refusing to back down, pulling himself right back into a position of strength. A massive weight off his shoulders to stop the slide. Absolutely ruthless. He puts himself just one more away from victory after that effortless shot. Unreal, Ignis closes it out with a perfect sequence to claim the series. He really dug deep to secure that victory, proving he can still outduel a player as hard as Lancer right now. What a fight! Ignis holds a significant edge in their total history, winning 62% of their head-to-head bouts. But he's clearly struggling with his form today compared to Omnic. It will be interesting to see if the veteran's experience can override the current momentum. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That was a clean exchange to get back in it. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on now, trading blows and coming out on top. Omnic keeps the lead at 3-2 after that scrap. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt today. And just like that, Ignis levels the series at 3-3. He's showing why he's the historically stronger play here. Ignis is moving quickly now, using that height on the ramp to pull ahead. Looking at the overall rankings, he's actually the lower rated player here. Deadlock, we've got a total stalemate at 4-4. He's clearly putting that higher ranking to use right now. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 after a huge play. A solid showing from him after that recent struggle against Lancer. Ignis has spent over 12,000 matches proving his durability in least favored spots, and honestly, seeing him leverage that veteran experience to push this lead further shows he's really comfortable in the driver's seat here. He's just waiting for Omnic to blink. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's playing out exactly as we thought it would. He's using that map advantage to keep things steady and maintain control of the match. Let's see if Omnic can shake this. Ignis is just dominating, pushing that gap to 8-5. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that dominant showing against Lancer earlier today. Ignis is running wild, taking a commanding 9-5 lead. Pure efficiency, that was incredibly fast. That was a tight scramble, and the veteran comes out on top to extend his lead. The momentum shifted quickly after his tough loss to Lancer earlier. He's just too strong right now, picking up another win to keep this streak alive. He really needed this surge after that loss on Orange. He's completely shut down the comeback attempt, putting himself on the verge of victory. Absolutely flawless! Ignis closes the door on this one to secure the map victory. Poor Omnic just couldn't find an answer for that aggression, and his struggle on this particular map really showed today. Lancer gets the opening point using that ramp for a great vantage point right out of the gate. Lancer currently holds a strong 23-12 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to how Omnic has struggled to find consistency in his recent matches. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can maintain that high output for the full set. Omnic is just on a tear right now, taking total control of the map. He's looking much sharper than in their previous encounter. A messy exchange between the ramps, but he manages to scrape by with the victory. It's interesting to see the slight favorite struggling to hold that lead. Total deadlock now as we head into round 7. He's definitely capitalizing on the recent momentum from their last encounter. Just a blink of an eye and he's back on top, taking a 3-round lead for himself. The momentum shifts entirely as he secures the point from the ramp, extending his run to 4. The underdog really is putting on a show today. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, raining down fire from the ramp to move into a commanding lead. The pre-match projections are looking very wrong right now. Omnic puts up a strong response, shutting down that run and chipping away at the deficit. The pressure is clearly mounting on the lower seeded side. Another effortless point for Omnic, who is steadily climbing back toward a tie. He's practically erased the lead in a matter of seconds. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, it's a very balanced start for both sides. Lancer is proving why he's the top dog here, but Omnic is refusing to back down. Time to swap sides. Lancer managed to secure that one from the ramp, shaking off the pressure from those previous rounds. It's a nice feeling for the lower seeded player to be commanding the series. What an absolute stunner! He manages to bring the match right back to a level pegging. A huge relief for the favorite to keep things this tight. Lancer edges ahead again, gripping a slim 1-point lead. The head-to-head history is incredibly tight between these two. Lancer is really finding another gear right now, outplaying Omnic even while the latter tried to secure the high ground. Omnic keeps the pressure high, showing some real grit to keep this gap narrow. A quick reaction from him to stall that momentum. Lancer has a 70% win rate over his last 10 games, and that's a stark difference compared to how Omnic has been struggling with a lower success rate recently. I wonder if we are seeing the gap in their current form finally widen here. He just doesn't miss. That's another flawless point for Lancer, and he's now just 1 away from the win. He's putting his higher rank on full display right now. A huge clutch from the window to keep the series alive. A huge shift in energy for the underdog. It's a glimpse of why he entered the server as the favorite. And that's it! He shuts the door with a perfect finish to close out the series. He really capitalized on those critical moments to pull away. It's a great result for a guy who's been on such a hot run lately. Lancer has a really impressive 24-12 record over the last day, and honestly, he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. It's an interesting shift, since Ignis usually has the upper hand in their head-to-head matchups. We'll see if that momentum can finally break the cycle. Lancer is leaning into that verticality perfectly, taking control of the pace from the top. Ignis is struggling to stop Lancer's 3-1 lead. The higher rating is really starting to reflect in his play. Ignis is fighting back hard to make it 3-2. A tight spot for the higher ranked player to be in. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on here, making it a 2-round lead. Lancer looks a lot more composed than he did in their previous meeting. Emotion mid-Ignis usually takes a lot of the wins in these matchups, but right now he looks completely off the pace. He's really struggling to find a way back into this game. I wonder if he can shake off this cold start emotion. We're taking a quick timeout here on Dunes, but stay tuned as the action resumes shortly. We are back on the Dunes, and the action resumes with Lancer holding a 5-2 lead. Ignis is showing a lot of grit here, shutting down the momentum and keeping his head in the game. This is exactly the kind of resilience he's shown in previous maps. A total shutdown as he plucks Lancer right off the box to keep the rally going. Lancer keeps a 2-round cushion up at 6-4. Lancer is firmly in control of things here. Lancer extends his lead to 7-4 with that play. He's really starting to turn the tide of their historical rivalry. Emotion high, Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, we expected the historical dominance of Ignis to show up today, but it's the other way around. The underdog is really making his mark in this series emotion high. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer is just cruising now, extending it to 8-5. The gap in their ratings is starting to look like a real factor. Lancer's just dominating now, pushing the score to 9-5. He's effectively erased that loss from their previous meeting today. Lancer manages to push him off the box, further cementing that control over the match. The momentum has completely shifted away from his usually strong overall win rate. He gets the answer he needed, which puts the score at 10-6. Ignis claws back one more, trailing 10-7 now. He's definitely found the focus that carried him through their last encounter. Emotion mid. That's a tough way to close out a mini streak for Ignis, and it really puts him on the defensive emotion mid. What a scrap! Ignis barely escapes that engagement with his health almost gone. Absolute nail-biter to walk away with that one. Lancer puts a clean shot right through him on the box to reach match point. The timing on that shot was absolutely perfect. Ignis responds with a lightning-fast reflex play to stop the bleeding. That was a blink and you miss it encounter. Ignis stays composed and secures another round, refusing to let Lancer close this out easily. He's really starting to dig in his heels now. He's on fire now, taking a third straight round to keep this comeback alive. A complete turnaround as the momentum swings violently into his favor. Emotion high, unbelievable. He's completely rewritten the script to force this match into overtime emotion high. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frame. Absolutely lethal. That is 5 straight for Ignis, and he is just completely taking over this overtime. A complete reversal of expectations given the pre-match outlook. He's just unstoppable right now, picking him off the box to move within striking distance. The favorites are definitely feeling the heat now. Lancer finally answers back, halting that runaway train of a streak. A crucial stop for the man currently sitting in the 20th spot. Emotion high, he's just too sharp right now, pushing himself to a massive 15-13 lead emotion high. He's definitely proving why he was expected to take this series. What a sequence! Ignis closes the door and secures the victory with a clutch final play. Just a massive amount of mental strength to recover from that deficit and take it home in overtime. He really proved his grit tonight. What a match. Omnic comes out swinging and catches Ignis right as he was pushing up that ramp. Ignis holds a clear historical edge in their rivalry with a 63% win rate, and he certainly played the better role in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this slow start and get back to that familiar dominance. Omnic is just dominating, leading 3-1. He's really shaking off those 3 straight losses from his earlier games. Both these players are lightning fast, but these reactions are just a hair's breadth apart. It's a familiar look after that blowout in their last series. Good grief, that was close. Omnic barely scrapes through that duel from the ramp, keeping the 4-2 lead. He's really fighting back after that rough loss earlier today. Ignis claws one back, bringing the score to 4-3. He's definitely carrying that confidence from his strong morning round. Ignis is starting to look really comfortable now, taking control from the ramp to even things up. He's looking very polished after that Dominante victory on Blaine Mappas. Omnic had the high ground on that ramp and used it perfectly to take the lead back.
Absolute deadlock at 5-all for these two.
Both players are battling through their mid-tier rankings tonight. Ignis takes the lead with a tight 6-5 advantage. He's carrying a lot of momentum after those recent wins against Lancer. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted so far. He used his map experience to keep a steady grip on the series. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Ignis has managed to build a 3-round cushion, which is impressive given that he's a lower rated player on our ladder. It's clear he's just completely outclassed his opponent in this specific half. If he keeps this pace, we might be looking at another one-sided affair. Unreal, he barely survives that trade from the ramp to extend the lead to 9-6. He's really putting those high-tier numbers on display today. He's refusing to give up, clawing back into this set. He's really fighting the uphill battle to stay in the game. Ignis is pulling away, now sitting pretty at 10. The lower rated player is really making this look simple. Omnic finds the angle and shuts him down on the Tetris, refusing to let this game slip away. He's staying aggressive and just took that round in a flash. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite right now. Absolutely seamless. He's completely turned the tide here, leveling the score at 10-all. A clean response from Ignis to regain the upper hand. A very disciplined showing after those dominant runs against Lancer. What a statement win! That was just effortless as he puts himself one step closer to victory. The momentum shift is huge for the top-seeded player right now. And there it is. He shuts the door from the ramp to secure the series. Omnic really pushed the pace toward the end, but it just wasn't enough to stop the run. He'll be gutted to let this one slide. Hard-fought win. Lancer has an impressive 23-12 record across all his matches today. It's a strong start that really contrasts with the struggling form we've seen from Omnic lately. He'll want to keep this pressure high to secure the series. Lancer's looking unstoppable with a clean 2-0 lead. He's really capitalizing on that ladder advantage today. Absolute perfection from the opener, leaving his opponent completely stranded. Omnic really needs to shake off those last few losses. Finally, a result the other way as the underdog refuses to go quietly. He's fighting an uphill battle, considering his recent matches. He's showing great grit, digging in to carve out a response. He really needs to prove he can maintain this against higher seed opponents. Lancer keeps the lead tied at 4-2. The higher seeded player is quickly regaining control here. The head-to-head record between these two is practically a dead heat at 144 to 145. It's a fascinating dynamic because that parity just isn't showing up in this specific series. Lancer looks completely composed right now. What a display of precision. It's a fourth straight for the leader. He seems to be leaning into the results from their last outing today. Lancer is just completely in command, picking up his fifth straight. A tough stretch for the challenger after those recent losses. Unbelievable. He claws back around in a desperate firefight, surviving by the absolute thinnest of margins. That was an absolute nail-biter of a sequence. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, it is exactly the scenario we expected given how well he is playing. He's putting a lot of pressure on the underdog right now. Time to see a new rhythm. Lancer extends his lead to 9-4 after that dominant outing. It's a familiar outcome after the way their fast aim series went. Omnic claws back another one to make it 9-5. Lancer is definitely starting to feel the pressure from below. The momentum is swinging hard. Omnic is putting up a serious fight right now. A huge shift in energy for the lower rated competitor. Lancer pulls ahead again to push his lead to 10-6. That's a tough day for Omnic, who is currently sitting at 16 and 19. Omnic picks up a point to bring it to 10-7. A scrappy performance from someone currently sitting at rank 28. The exchanges are becoming quite an unpredictable back and forth as we head into the 20th round. It's clear why the betting favor leans heavily toward him. And just like that, he's back in the driver's seat with a lead of 12-7. Lancer is quickly regaining a substantial cushion here. Boom. Lancer closes the door on this series and secures the victory. He just completely outclassed his opponent today, and those sub 1 second flick shots were simply on another level. Ignis holds a strong head-to-head edge with a 57% win rate over Lancer. He's already using that mental advantage after winning their last meeting. Lancer needs to pivot quickly if he wants to flip the script here. We've got a dead heat as Lancer levels things. The higher rated player is definitely stepping up for this one. What a fight! Both players were trading huge damage, but he just barely eked out the survival. It's an interesting spot for a higher ranked player to be in. Lancer's fighting back, and we're locked up at 2 apiece. Lancer is showing a lot of confidence after that dominant series versus Omnic. Ignis looks far too comfortable playing the ramp, which puts Lancer in a real bind early on. Lancer refuses to break, forcing a total stalemate at 3. His recent form is holding up well, despite the rating difference. Lancer pulls ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's really putting that 24 and 12 day to use. Lancer is on a tear now, digging deep to secure a 3rd straight victory. Goodness, that was a nail beater. Ignis manages to survive the chaos with basically nothing left in the tank. Lancer is really leaning into his momentum as the only player currently in the positive, and honestly, that confidence is starting to outweigh the historical gap. He's effectively shaking off those past losses to keep the pressure on Ignis. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, we are definitely seeing an upset brewing here. Despite Ignis usually owning this map, Lancer is simply outperforming him right now. Time to switch sides. Lancer is really putting on a show here, quickly taking down Ignis from the boxes to widen that lead. The higher ranked player is really asserting his dominance in this set. A tight trade there, but Ignis hangs on and digs himself a bit deeper into this comeback. He's managing to keep his composure despite the deficit. Lancer is really strolling now, pushing it to 9-6. He's really riding a wave after that big win over Omnic earlier. Lancer simply cruising now, extending the gap to 10-6. Tapping into a great rhythm for this match. A lightning fast snap to the head, and he continues to steamroll through this set. Lancer just completely took over, landing another clean kill from the ramp to move within one of the finish line. Absolute perfection. Lancer shuts the door on this series with a final crushing blow. He really flipped the script on this one, completely shutting down someone who's historically had his number. Omnic starts things off strong, taking the opening round from the ramp. Ignis holds a huge lifetime advantage here with a 63% head-to-head win rate. Well, it's a bit surprising to see the scoreline opposite to that historical trend right now. We'll have to see if the favorite can actually shake this off. Ignis is quickly seizing the momentum, putting an end to that brief early lead from Omnic. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that last head-to-head. Omnic is clinging to a narrow 3-2 lead. Omnic keeps pulling away, now leading it 4-2. What a scrap! He digs deep to outlast his opponent and keep the run going. A huge shift from that loss we saw just an hour ago. Absolutely untouchable. He's now firmly in control with 4 straight wins. A complete flip from the loss he took an hour ago. Ignis puts a stop to the momentum, picking him off from the wine box. He definitely looks a bit more settled after that rough stretch. Ignis keeps his foot on the gas, simply picking Omnic right off the toolbox. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward Omnic now. Omnic has been struggling lately, winning only 30% of his last 10 matchups. It's actually quite an impressive display of grit to see him put up a fight like this. Now he's just a few rounds away from turning this whole series on its head. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise given the long-term stats. Ignis is normally the one in control here, but the underdog is playing out of his skin. Time for a fresh start. A pristine round for Ignis, who keeps grinding his way back into this match. Just a glimmer of a hope for the favored player. And that's a complete equalizer. He's showing incredible resolve to bring the score level. Omnic refuses to let his opponent string another run together, tagging him right off the ramp. He's playing a lot more relaxed than he was in that 13-10 loss. Omnic manages to push the lead back to 2. He's definitely shaking off that rough start to his day. He's just completely taking over, sweeping another win by picking Ignis off the ramp. It's an interesting dynamic between these two, since they're only a couple spots apart on the ladder. Ignis secures another point from the ramp, continuing this steady climb back into the game. He's fighting a tough battle against a very hot opponent. A flawless exchange for the underdog, continuing a strong push to close the gap. Ignis is really starting to lean into his role as the favorite. A brutal shutdown to bring the map completely level. The momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. Goodness, what a fight! He claws out a victory by the absolute skin of his teeth. That was a hair's breadth of a win for him. Absolute dominance from Ignis as he hits a 5th straight and reaches match point. Omnic just cannot find a way to break this momentum. A much needed break in that momentum swing. What a performance. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single point in that set. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit here. He had to work for that. Lancer entered this game as a significant favorite after having won their last head-to-head meeting 13-7. It's interesting to see how that momentum shifts when the match actually starts. We'll see if Lancer can get back to the standard he set in this rivalry. Omnic has the upper hand now, leading 2-1. Lancer is putting that strong recent form into action. Omnic is really capitalizing on this start, putting some serious pressure on the favorite early on. Omnic just nudged ahead, holding a tight 3-2 lead. He's coming into this pair of sets with a healthy 24-12 record today. Lancer fights back, and we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. A bit of a tough round for Omnic, who has dropped his last few sets. These encounters are just lightning fast. He didn't even give Lancer a chance to react in that one. Omnic is really taking control here, cleaning him up from below to extend that lead. That's another huge point for Omnic, absolutely punishing him from the box. Lancer is showing a lot of heart here, quickly getting another round on the board. That's exactly why he went in as the favorite. Omnic is currently staring down a really difficult stretch of results, having dropped his last 6 matches. Seeing him push the lead to 7 rounds is a massive shift in momentum. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his rank right now. It's a surprising start for the underdog, given how much better Lancer has looked lately. Omnic is just too sharp from that height, keeping Lancer completely off balance. He's really defied his current form to keep this lead. Omnic is dominating, extending his lead to 9-5. It's a complete reversal from his usual struggle on the ladder. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just refusing to let Lancer back into this match. He's totally flipping the script from that previous defeat. He simply doesn't miss from the box, securing another one to keep this charge going. He's just completely untouchable right now, putting himself a single step away from victory. It's just an unbelievable turnaround from where he started his day. What a result. He seals the deal right there to claim the victory. A truly surprising performance from a guy who's been struggling all day, but he just had the answer for everything. Lancer has been fighting hard with a 23-13 record today, and it seems like he's carrying that confidence into this server. He managed the dominant win against Ignis in their previous encounter, so the mental edge is definitely shifting his way. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, taking control of the wine boxes to move ahead. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as Ignis fights back.
He really seems to be capitalizing on that higher ladder position. Ignis holds the lead now, pushing ahead 3-2. This particular matchup usually favors the side currently in the lead.
That was an incredibly quick exchange. Lancer is reacting much faster than we saw in the previous few rounds.
Ignis keeps the momentum, narrowly edging ahead 4-3.
Ignis has generally owned the lifetime numbers in this rivalry.
Lancer claws back to tie it up at 4 apiece.
He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder right now. Ignis is playing it safe, utilizing those heights to keep a slim advantage.
The ranking disparity hasn't really shown up in this series. Absolute deadlock. Now Lancer brings us level at 5. Slightly better rating for Lancer, but he's still fighting uphill overall. Lancer just grabs the lead with a tight 6-5. His recent 70% success rate in the last 10 games is looking sharp.
Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a surprise to see the favorite struggling like this. Lancer is completely refusing to back down despite the head-to-head history. Let's see who finds their rhythm first.
Lancer just reclaimed the advantage, leading 7-6.
He's certainly showing a lot more resilience than the rating suggests. Lancer is really extending his grip on this series. I mean, seeing him maintain this lead is impressive given that Ignis typically holds the advantage in their long-term history. It feels like the momentum has shifted entirely in his favor.
Lancer is really pulling away now at 9-7. He's really proving to be the superior player this afternoon.
Ignis has found a way to keep this close, preventing Lancer from building any real distance.
He's definitely showing some of that veteran experience in this duel.
Lancer really likes that Tetris perch, using it to keep his lead secure.
The gap in their current ladder standings is starting to feel real.
Lancer is really putting on a show, securing another round from the Tetris blocks.
It's a tough break for the veteran, who usually has the upper hand.
An effortless finish there, and he now stands a single round away from victory.
He's playing with a lot of confidence right now.
Boom! He seals the deal with a lightning-fast shot to close out the series. That's just a total shutdown of the rivalry right now. He is absolutely on fire this afternoon. Ignis has historically dominated this pairing with a 64% win rate, so it's a bit surprising to see him start off on the back foot. He usually has the upper hand in these meetings, and that puts the pressure on him to respond immediately. Omnic is simply on another level right now, taking total control of this early map. Wow, a fierce exchange there. Ignis claws his way back into this, barely escaping with his life. He's not letting himself fall too far behind. Omnic is running away with this, leading 4-1. The favorite is really struggling to find a foothold here. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Ignis manages to scrap his way through to keep the deficit at 2. A couple of nail-biters for him in this set. Omnic is having a great day so far, but we have to remember that he normally has a quite low win rate on this map. And honestly, this early lead is the only thing keeping him in the driver's seat. It will be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace. He keeps the pressure high, securing a third straight for a commanding 7-2 lead. He is truly capitalizing on that momentum from his win over Lancer. He is simply untouchable, keeping the streak alive to take a huge lead. A total flip of expectations from their last encounter on fast aim. A clean get for Ignis to keep the deficit from widening further before the break. It's a tight gap in ranking between these two. Omnic takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is definitely not how we expected this series to start. He's totally ignoring that 64% head-to-head disadvantage to put the pressure on Ignis. Time to see if Ignis can wake up. Omnic pulls further away, now sitting at 9-4. He's showing a lot more confidence than he did in that loss on fast aim. Unbelievable, Ignis survives by a single health point after holding that ramp position. That was a nail-biter fighting for every last bit of health. Ignis is putting on a clinic right now, using the Tetris to keep his momentum swinging. He's looking a bit more like the favorite now. He's simply not missing, extending the run and narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds. The tide is turning completely in the second half. What a statement! That's 4 on the bounce and the gap is nearly gone. He is finally showing why the pre-match odds favored him. Absolutely unbelievable. He secures that ramp position to pull this series all the way back to a deadlock. A crisp response from Omnic to regain a narrow 1-round advantage. He's outplaying the 31 ranked player on the ladder today. Everything is just clicking for Omnic right now. He's really starting to pull away in this closing stretch. A quick response to keep things interesting here. He's definitely fighting back from that early slump. Omnic just needs one more round to seal the deal after that precise exchange. Just showing a bit of that grit we saw in his recent victory over Zephyr. What a finish. He shuts the door on this series with a perfect closing shot. He really fought through the noise to get this one. Ignis put up a mountain of a fight, but he just couldn't close the door. What a battle. Lancer entered this match with a strong 24-12 record over the last day. It's good to see that confidence carrying over into the early stage of the game. The challenge now will be keeping that pressure up, especially since these two are so evenly matched over their entire history. Omnic takes a slim lead with a 2-1 advantage. The higher rated man is starting to look vulnerable here. Both players are refusing to let the other gain any ground. We are deadlocked in a total stalemate. Omnic edges ahead, holding a tight 3-2 grip. He really had the upper hand in their most recent series. Lancer clawed back to level things up at 3-3. Despite the odds, Omnic keeps this series remarkably close. Lancer is starting to take control here, picking up a couple of quick rounds to build some momentum. His recent form has been far more consistent across the board. Omnic really played that perfectly, using the ramp to get the drop on him. Omnic is really fighting back from a rough 16-18 day. Lancer just pushes ahead to a 5-4 lead. Looking a bit more seasoned here, and that's showing on the server. Unreal, Lancer claws this out from the ramp, barely surviving with a sliver of health. That's the kind of composure he's been playing with all day. That was an effortless clear to take full control heading into the break. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's simply outplaying his opponent right now. That 4-round streak he put together really shifted the momentum in his favor. Time for Omnic to dig deep. Lancer is currently sitting on a strong 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, it's clear he's translating that top-tier form into this specific set. Now he just needs to close this out before Omnic can find any answer. Omnic manages to shut him down on the ramp, finally halting that momentum shift. He's managed to hold his own in their long-term head-to-head. Lancer secures another one, making great use of that ramp to keep himself in the driver's seat. He's really treating this like a rematch of that victory against Ignis earlier. These recent exchanges are flying by, neither player letting the other settle into any kind of rhythm. Lancer is generally expected to take this one home. A tedious dance out there, but he finishes the job with a clean burst to reach match point. He's just completely dismantled the defense in that stretch. Omnic puts up a fight, securing this point to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough climb back to the middle of the scoreboard. And that's it! Lancer secures the final point to close the series. He's really cementing himself as the dominant force in the league today, looking way too sharp for the competition. Ignis holds a significant overall lead in their head-to-head history, winning 57% of their previous encounters. The current score puts the pressure on Lancer to actually prove that his higher rating matters today. It'll be interesting to see if he can close that gap.
Ignis takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now.
Lancer has completely flipped the script here, putting a real dent in Ignis' early advantage.
His confidence is high after that dominant showing on Italy P.
Lancer is completely owning this stretch, taking another round for himself. He's just untouchable right now, cruising toward a very comfortable lead.
The 19th seed is definitely finding a way to push ahead. A swift response from Ignis to put a halt to that momentum.
Lancer has been on a tear today with a 24-12 record across his games. That momentum is proving critical, because it seems to be erasing the historical disadvantage he usually faces against Ignis. Now we just have to see if this pace can last for the rest of the half. That was an oddly tense standoff, but he walks away completely unscathed to extend the lead. The gap in their ladder standing is becoming very apparent here. He's simply unstoppable right now, carrying this heat right into the break. Just an absolute blur of a round. Lancer takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Ignis was supposed to be the heavy favorite here, but he's just not keeping up. The underdog is currently in total control of this series. Time for Ignis to wake up. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but he managed to scrap his way through to a win. That's a strong display from a player ranked 19 on the ladder.
Lancer is absolutely cruising now, pushing the lead to 9-5.
Ignis needs a few more of these to start a real rally.
Lancer is just dominating, stretching it to a 10-5 lead.
Looking a lot more like the number 19 seed right now. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange, clutching out the win with almost no health left.
He's completely rewritten the script for this meeting.
He's simply too fast for his opponent right now, and he's just one round away from victory. Lancer closes it out with a perfect final round to secure the series. Lancer is just on another level tonight, completely erasing everything we expected to see from this matchup. Ignis holds a strong historical advantage here, leading the head-to-head series 56-33. He is usually the favorite in these matchups, and that confidence is clearly showing early on. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can shake off this opening loss. Omnic is really making a statement here, catching Ignis right off the box for a second straight win.
He's having a rough afternoon overall after those recent losses to Lancer. Deadlocked at 2-all, we've got a real battle.
He's really trying to dig himself out of that recent 3-loss slide. Pure chaos as both of them climb for that high ground, and Omnic just happened to be a fraction faster.
We are all square up now at 3 apiece.
Neither one of them can seem to find any momentum today.
Omnic finally pulls ahead by 1. Surprisingly, those two are actually very close on the ladder.
These rounds are flying by. We're seeing some incredibly fast reaction times from both of them.
Omnic keeps the pressure on, leading 5-4. He's fighting hard to flip the script on the rating difference.
Omnic is really putting a clamp on this series, outplaying Ignis even from below that elevated spot.
It looks like we're seeing another repeat of their last encounter.
What a scramble! Ignis barely escapes that exchange with his life to bring the score to 6-5.
He's certainly looking to bounce back after those recent losses to Lancer.
We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Omnic is refusing to back down despite the historical odds. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the more experienced player today. Time to see who blinks first.
Omnic edges ahead again, reclaiming that slim 1-round lead. It's a tough run for a guy who has lost 3 in a row today.
Ignis is acting quick, picking Omnic right off that box to pull them level once again.
Neither player has managed to string together 2 straight rounds tonight.
Unreal, Omnic barely survives that high ground clash with a sliver of health left.
Ignis is really feeling the weight of his tough round today.
Omnic has managed the 16-18 run in the last day, but he's looking significantly sharper than that suggests right now. So yeah, he's really capitalizing on the slump. Ignis is in to build this cushion. Ignis secures that win from the box, keeping this series incredibly close. A really close battle between two players nearly identical on the ladder.
Omnic is pulling away now, commanding a 2-round lead. He's really taking control of the server right now. Omnic just barely keeps his nose ahead at 10-10. He's fighting to move out of that bottom half of the rankings.
Omnic is really putting on a show, just clearing Ignis right off that high ground.
His head-to-head dominance seems to have vanished today.
Ignis has really dug in here. Neither player can seemingly hold the lead for more than a single round.
A very tight contest for these two on the ladder.
He just needs one more to close this out.
It's getting harder for the favorite to find a way back in. And there it is! He shuts the door on the series and secures the victory. He's completely rewritten the narrative of this rivalry today. Just a massive result for the underdog to walk away with this one. What a fight! Lancer holds a significant advantage on this map with a 48% win rate. I mean, he's clearly the more experienced player in this environment. It will be interesting to see if that historical edge helps him recover from this early slow start. A complete shutout so far. He's just not letting Lancer get a foot in the door. A surprisingly sharp look from the lower ranked man here. He just completely erased Omnic from the server, showing he's not going down without a fight. The favorite is finally starting to find some traction. That was instantaneous. He's really putting the pressure back on as the gap closes. The early lead for Omnic is slipping away quickly. Absolutely incredible. He's completely wiped away that deficit to bring us dead even. The pressure is clearly shifting in Lancer's favor now. A crisp exchange that puts the lead back in Omnic's hands. He's really showing a lot of resilience today. He is completely immovable right now, tying the series up at 4-4. The ladder rankings have this close, and it's showing in the play. Unbelievable. Omnic barely closed this one out, surviving with a sliver of health. He's playing a dangerous game against a total veteran. Lancer is staying aggressive, evening the score and proving he can outduel anyone in this set. He keeps the momentum going, sliding into a one-round lead before the half. He's looking extremely comfortable with the AK right now. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are unfolding exactly as we thought they would. The higher seeded player is in control, though Omnic's 3-round streak kept this closer than it could have been. Time to see who settles in. Lancer edges ahead, holding a narrow 7-6 lead. His 17-18 record today reflects how grueling this particular day has been. A totally untouched blow that keeps the pressure high, putting him 2 rounds ahead. He's really proving why he entered this match as the favorite. He wins that duel comfortably, extending his gap to 3 rounds. Omnic is really feeling the weight of that ranking gap. He is just outclassing his opponent right now, securing another clean victory to hit double digits. The gap between these two has never looked wider. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, putting together a 4th straight victory to really take control of the server. Simply effortless. That's 5 in a row for the veteran, and he's just 1 round away from victory. What a way to seal the deal. He closes out the map with total authority. He really found another gear in that closing stretch, leaving no room for any doubt today. Lancer came out firing, catching Ignis right off the wine box to take the early lead. Lancer secures another point, making great use of that ramp height to shut Ignis down. Ignis has been struggling lately, coming into this on a 4-match skid. Lancer has clearly been the hot hand today with 25 wins over the last 24 hours, and while that momentum feels strong, Ignis historically holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history. It will be interesting to see if that legacy plays a part here. Lancer is just too fast right now, taking another quick one from the ramp. A rough stretch for Ignis, who's dropped his last 4 series. And Ignis answers back, trading shots from the ramp to keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally feeling the pressure from the challenger. Ignis secures a clean duel from the ramp to further close the gap. A really sharp adjustment from Ignis after those early losses. Lancer still holds a 2-round lead over Ignis. Just another instance of the higher rated players showing their class today. Lancer is putting on a show with an impressive 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. That recent peak in form seems to be completely erasing any memory of their long-term history. It's a huge shift in momentum for him. Ignis stays strong from the ramp to secure another one and keep the pressure mounting. Lancer usually dominates these high-speed exchanges. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, we expected the veteran experience of Ignis to prevail here, but the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Time for a fresh set of eyes. Lancer stretches the gap to 8-5 with that one. Looking at their lifetime numbers, Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle. Lancer is just running away with this. Now up 9-5. He's really capitalizing on the gap between their current rankings. The momentum is swinging back hard as he clears the way for a 10-round total. He completely shuts the door on any hopes for a comeback, taking control from the ramp yet again. Ignis manages to pick him off the ramp to secure another round. A gutsy response for someone sitting 31st in the ratings. That was a tense standoff, but Lancer comes out on top to put himself just 1 round away from the win. It's a stark contrast from the matches he lost earlier this week. A crucial hold by Ignis to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly quick exchange to wrap up the round. What a way to close it out. Lancer takes the final round and secures the victory. He is just on another level today, completely dismantling everything Ignis tried to throw his way. Ignis takes the opening lead, utilizing the height on the ramp to secure a clean first round. Ignis is looking dangerous early on, putting up a lot of pressure to start this series. Looking to get back on top of their head-to-head record here. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a brutal exchange by a mere sliver of health to stay perfect. He's really leaning into that historical advantage today. Omnic holds the height on the ramp to secure a huge response, narrowing the gap to 1-3. Exactly what you want to see from the underdog in this spot. Ignis has dominated this matchup long term, winning 62% of their total head-to-head games. It's really starting to look like that historical edge is the defining factor in this series. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to break this pattern. Ignis is just relentless, climbing up to a 5-2 lead. That was an incredibly sharp reaction for the win. Ignis is just too quick to the mark, picking him off the ramp with a really clean shot. Not surprising, given how consistently he's been climbing against him. What a chaotic scrap! He manages to dig deep and secure the kill despite nearly being taken out. He's managing to stay competitive despite the ladder gap. Ignis just didn't let him recover, securing that win from the ramp to really stretch his lead. He's really shaking off that loss to him from the Dunes match. Ignis has an all-time win rate of 49% across his career. I mean, that kind of long-term stability is really showing tonight. He seems to have the measure of his opponent in this specific map environment. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is playing out as expected here. He's just a better fit for this specific map layout, and it's showing in the scoreline. A huge clash on the ramp, but Ignis manages to outduel him for the win. That was a much slower exchange compared to the previous round. Ignis is practically cruising now, sitting pretty at 9-5. He's showing a bit more grit than he did in that loss to Lancer. Omnic just completely dismantled him from that Tetris position to keep the momentum shifting. The distance between these two is practically non-existent. Ignis just outduels him on the ramp to maintain a firm hold on the match. Ignis is really putting on the pressure now, moving closer to the finish line with another quick win. Omnic is keeping the pressure on, showing he can still dig in and claw his way back into this. Omnic is really starting to put a dent in that lead, making things look much closer now. Another fast win for Ignis, and he's now just one step away from closing the series. He's proving why he entered this duel as the favorite. And there it is, a total shutdown to end the match and seal the victory. He really needed this one to snap that losing streak he's been on lately. It's good to see him bounce back. Lancer is currently on a 5-game win streak, and that momentum seems to be carrying over since he just took this matchup on a different map. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to break that rhythm. Omnic has leveled things up. We're all squared now. His overall win rate is considerably lower than his opponent's. Omnic just seized control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer certainly feels the pressure despite that higher rating. He's just completely shut him out, putting up a commanding 3-round streak. Not the kind of start the higher rated player wanted. Just relentless right now. He's picking up another quick win to keep this streak alive. His historical edge on this map isn't showing yet. And he answers back. Lancer is showing some grit as he claws back closer to the total. The overall rating gap is definitely starting to show in these exchanges. He's clearly not backing down, managing a patient exchange to pull the score even closer. The favorite is starting to look a lot more comfortable now. Lancer is really putting the pressure on today with the 25-10 record over the last day, and he typically finds a way to outplay Omnic in this series. It will be interesting to see if he can close this out before Omnic finds his feet. What a response! Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to level the match. Pure precision on that second target. He's just totally in control, securing his 3rd straight win and taking a lead right before the switch. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's a surprisingly even start given Lancer's higher ranking. Both players have swapped momentum throughout the first half, so this one is still wide open. Let's see who blinks first. A completely untouched round for the favorite, who keeps climbing this hill. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Omnic answers right back to bring us to a deadlock. The head-to-head history between these two is practically a coin flip. Omnic regains the edge, moving ahead 8-7. This is a huge turn of events for the lower-seeded player. He's refusing to let this series slip away, leveling the score at 8-8. This match is truly living up to the parity we expected. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, seizing a slim lead. It's a tighter battle than their previous meeting might suggest. Omnic is stretching his lead to a 2-round cushion. Omnic is definitely defying his lower spot on the ladder today. Lancer is staying dogged, securing a flawless victory to narrow the gap. A huge moment for the veteran who manages to tie things up here. Both of these competitors are practically mirroring each other today. He's really playing spoiler tonight, keeping this narrow lead despite everything stacked against him. The underdog has clearly found some confidence in the final stretch. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal exchange to push his lead to 12. His health bar was practically non-existent there. Lancer stays frosty, digging in deep to keep his hopes alive after a tough stretch. He's finally showing the form that put him above the other in the rankings. Total chaos in this exchange, and Lancer comes out on top to force overtime. Everything has been reset for this final deciding block. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, refusing to let Lancer get any comfort in this overtime stretch. Lancer is really struggling to stop this slide as the momentum shifts further in his opponent's direction. A complete reversal from their last meeting on Italy. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but he just refused to go down. Neither one of them is giving an inch in this endgame. Omnic puts a clean finish on the round, moving himself to just one win away from victory. That was a far more deliberate pace than we saw last round. He closes it out with absolute poise to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most to bring this whole series home in overtime. That's a massive shift in momentum for the underdog. What a fight! Lancer is coming in with some seriously heavy momentum after a 25-11 run over the last day. It's a strong contrast to Ignis, who has struggled to find his footing with a losing record in his recent sets. We have to see if he can shake off that slump early. He's just untouchable right now, taking a third straight round with absolute ease. A total blackout for Ignis. The momentum has completely shifted in Lancer's favor. Things are playing out quite differently than their overall head-to-head history. What a scrap, he barely walks away from that one, but it's another point on the board. The rating difference is really starting to show here. He is simply in a different league today, picking up a perfect 6-0 lead. What a brawl! Ignis digs deep to survive and finally get a point on the board. It's an interesting result given Lancer's recent 13-7 win against him. Ignis is actually the one with the long-term advantage, leading their career head-to-head by over 200 rounds. So yeah, it's an interesting twist to see him fighting back after that slow start. We're seeing if the historical edge can finally override Lancer's current momentum. He's simply not letting up, claiming a 4th straight to cut the deficit to 2. Ignis is starting to look like the one in control here. He's on fire, taking a 5th consecutive round to close in on the lead. A complete reversal from how this set started. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, this match is turning into a complete toss-up. Lancer is holding his own, despite Ignis usually having the edge in their overall career matchups. Fresh start for both guys. He's showing a lot of grit, securing the lead with a sharp, effortless shot. It's looking more like a standard result given their historical rivalry. Lancer answers back, and we're back to a deadlock. He's definitely playing like a man with a point to prove today. That was a gritty fight to regain the edge. Lancer levels the playing field at 8 apiece. It's a tough fight for that number 31 spot to keep up. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 in a tight scramble. He's definitely capitalizing on his higher spot in the rankings. He's surging again, putting together another strong string of rounds to regain a 2-point advantage. Lancer is just on another level right now, extending his lead to 3. A tough trade-off here, but Ignis manages to walk away with the round and keeps his hopes alive. He's fighting the good fight for his ranking spot. Lancer shuts that down quickly and is now just a single round away from the victory. The favorite is finally closing the gap. Boom! Lancer finishes it with a gorgeous headshot to close out the set. He's just too strong right now. Even with the map favoring the other side, he simply found his rhythm in the orange server today. Ignis is traditionally the stronger side with a 63% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see him start the server on the back foot. The question is if he can lean on that historical advantage to recover. Omnic's got a slim lead moving into round 4. That was a rapid response to shake things up. Ignis is starting to put a lot of pressure on Omnic now. He's showing some great confidence after that recent victory on Redline. Omnic holds a tight edge at 3-2 right now. A great look for someone who recently fell to a 13-8 loss. And just like that, Ignis has completely leveled the series. Still a very tight battle between these two in the rankings. Ignis is playing this perfectly right now, shutting down any hope of a rally from Omnic. Quick and efficient cleaning of that angle. We've hit a dead heat with both sitting at 4. That was a sharp shot to take back control. Ignis pushes ahead by 1, claiming a 5-4 advantage. The lower rated player is actually putting up a huge fight here. What a scramble! He barely claws out of that exchange with a sliver of life left. He's certainly making his presence felt today after that rough opening. Omnic catches him right off the wine barrels to bring this series right back to a deadlock. Neither player is really dominating the server right now. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, Omnic is playing way above his usual level. It's a huge surprise to see him trade blows so effectively with a veteran like Ignis. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic sneaks ahead by 1 in a real nail-biter. That's a tough spot for someone entering this as the favorite. And now they're locked at 7 apiece again. The higher rated player is really fighting to keep his composure here. Ignis is really starting to snowball here, taking a significant grip on the match. A tough result for someone who just beat Lancer in a close fight. Ignis just wipes him off the wine barrels, extending his lead to 9-7. Looking more and more like the outcome of their previous duel today. He's simply unstoppable right now, picking up another one to keep this run going. A huge response from Omnic, showing some real grit to hold the momentum and cut into that lead. Ignis is just one step closer to closing the door on this one. The experience gap shows here, given he's played over 12,000 matches. He's looking incredibly sharp here, puts the pressure on and moves to a 12-8 lead. Everything is falling back into place for the top-seeded player. Unbelievable speed. Ignis closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. That's another victory in the book for the veteran. Omnic really pushed him early on, but he just couldn't maintain that pace. Lancer is carrying quite a bit of confidence with that 24-11 record today. It's interesting because he's actually a huge favorite in this rivalry, even though the total head-to-head count is almost exactly tied. He'll want to leverage that today. Omnic holds a slim lead at 2-1 right now. The lower ranked player is really asserting his will here. Unreal. Lancer hangs on by a thread and barely escapes that exchange to even things up. A bit of a shake-up from their last clash on Blame map. Omnic is just edging ahead with a 3-2 lead. His ranking is lower, yet he's keeping the pressure high. Omnic is distancing himself now, pushing the lead to 4-2. The lower seed is comfortably in control of the early game. Lancer is reacting fast, and it's starting to feel like he's getting his footing back in this series. Omnic is clearly in a great spot right now, especially after winning their last head-to-head encounter. Well, it looks like he's using that momentum to keep Lancer off balance throughout this set. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can pivot his strategy before this slips away. Lancer clawed back to bring us completely level. Lancer is definitely trying to wipe that recent loss on Blame map from his mind. He's completely taken over, scoring another quick point to put himself in front before the switch. The 18th seed is really starting to exert his authority. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Honestly, this is exactly how things were projected to go. Lancer showed some real grit during that 3-round run to shut the door on Omnic's lead. Clean slate for both of them. Lancer just reclaimed the lead, sitting at 7-6. Omnic's struggles continue after that tough loss to Ignis earlier. Lancer is just tearing through those defenses, shutting down the container play to put some real air between himself and Omnic. Lancer is absolutely rolling right now, extending his streak to 3. The gap in their ladder positions is becoming very apparent. That's a huge relief for him to get back in this. He's showing a lot more fight than we saw against Ignis. A gritty fight here, but he manages to outlast Lancer in the exchange to keep this rally going. The momentum is shifting rapidly in this duel. What a response. He's completely flipped the script, bringing us back to a dead heat. A sharp exchange, and he takes control of the scoreboard once again. What a response! He shuts that door completely to bring the score back to a dead heat. Neither one is letting the other breathe now. Both of these guys are playing lightning fast right now. These encounters are ending in an absolute heartbeat. Absolute precision from Lancer to secure that second straight round. He is now just 1 away from victory. Everything is falling into place for the higher seed here. And there it is. He closes it out with an incredible flourish to seal the deal. Omnic really pushed the pace today, but he just couldn't find that final gear when it mattered. What a match! Lancer comes out strong, using the ramp to grab an early lead. Ignis quickly answers back, catching Lancer before he could do anything from the window. Lancer's rank puts him in the top half of our current ladder. Ignis really capitalized on that ramp exchange, quickly building a lead in the early game. He's just taken over this map, securing his third straight victory. He's definitely getting his revenge for that last loss on Orange. A brutal exchange, but he comes out on top to keep this streak alive. The lower rated player is absolutely dominating this sequence. Simply untouchable right now, taking down his opponent without losing a single point of health. He's simply not missing. Another clean round adds to his growing lead. He's really making his presence felt despite the lower seed. A cautious sequence of plays, but he ultimately secures yet another victory. The head-to-head history definitely favors this outcome. Lancer secures a clean exchange to hold that momentum. He is certainly in a better vein of form lately. Lancer has been on fire today with a 25-11 record over the last day. He's clearly carrying that momentum into this set as he starts to close the gap. It will be interesting to see if he can fully flip the script on Ignis. Ignis holds a commanding 9-3 lead, and honestly, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 7-round streak of wins gave him a massive cushion heading into the second half. Lancer needs a spark right now. Ignis is just relentless, pushing the score to 10-3. He's completely erased that memory of their last meeting. He is putting on a serious clinic here, making it look effortless. His lower rank isn't stopping him from controlling this series. Absolutely crushing it. He's now just one step away from closing out the set. The pressure is just too much for the higher seed right now. Lancer reacts instantly to keep this game alive, taking the round in a blink. He's not going down without a fight, managing to string together 2 quick wins. He just cannot stop this flow, using the ramp to secure his 3rd straight point. It's starting to look like the higher seed's true skill level. What a finish! Ignis claws through the damage to secure the final point, barely surviving a wild trade to close it out. Just a total shift in momentum from that first match. It looks like Ignis has this map figured out completely. Ignis holds a strong head-to-head advantage, winning 63% of their previous meetings. And honestly, those historically higher win rates should be giving him plenty of confidence right now. We just have to see if he can recover from that slow start. Ignis is smelling blood with a 2-1 lead. A familiar outcome echoing that close battle they had on AIM Italy P. The momentum has shifted completely. He's just too fast for his opponent right now. He's just completely taken over the match, extending his lead to 4-1. A tough spot for the number 29 rated player right now. Absolutely crushing it now as he secures another effortless victory. He really seems to have a read on his opponent today. Omnic finally manages to break that sequence and gets a round back. He's trying to shake off that rough 10-13 result from earlier. Ignis is sitting on a huge amount of experience. With over 12,000 matches played, that kind of longevity usually creates a very high floor in these duels. Now it's just a matter of whether he can shut the door before Omnic finds any momentum. Ignis just clears that out from the Tetris to keep his lead comfortably in hand. That's twice in a row where he's come out on top lately. Unreal, Omnic barely survives that absolute war of attrition to claw back into the match. We go into the break with Ignis up 8-4, and honestly, this is exactly what we anticipated. He's just asserting himself more consistently on the arena, which puts Omnic in a tough spot for the second half. Time for Omnic to fight back. Ignis is simply dominant, stretching his lead to 9-4. He seems to be duplicating that success from their Italy meeting. Omnic is fighting a steep uphill battle at 5-9. He's fought through a brutal set of matches today. Ignis secures a quick one from heaven, keeping the pressure on as we head toward the finish. The favorite continues to lean on his historically strong performance. Ignis keeps cruising along, now sitting at a comfortable 10-6. Just a tough run of form lately for the challenger. Ignis is just an absolute wall right now, refusing to let Omnic build any kind of streak. Omnic is staying resilient and refuses to let the lead slide further away. He really needs to find another answer for his opponent's precision. He secures another round from the Tetris, and now he's just one away from victory. The gap in their overall ranking is showing right now. A sudden burst of energy from Omnic, forcing another narrow escape from defeat. He's definitely not going down without a fight. He finds a way to keep this alive, picking his rival right off the Tetris. He is certainly proving that he can handle this pressure. What a finisher! Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final blow to claim the match. He's just continuing that strong run of form against his rival today, moving on with another big win. Lancer is clearly the stronger player historically, leading the head-to-head total 148 to 147. Well, he's definitely the one we expect to take control here, but Omnic has a surprising amount of confidence coming into this session. We'll see if the favorite can lock back in. Omnic has a tight grip with a 2-1 lead. He's entering this set with a decent 24-12 record over the last day. Lancer is really picking up steam here, quickly taking control of the server. The gap in their ladder positions is starting to show. Unbelievable! He barely survives that fight on the box to take a 3-2 lead. It's a tough spot for the higher rated man in this series. Omnic is dominating right now, pushing a 4-2 lead. The lower rated man is putting on a real clinic here. A grueling exchange, but the momentum stays with the underdog who just walked away unscathed. His current confidence is a sharp contrast to his few losses earlier today. Lancer manages to secure the point from the box, showing plenty of fight. He needs to find another gear if he wants to close the gap. Lancer secures another point from the box, narrowing the gap to just 1. He's starting to look every bit like the favorite. Lancer is on fire, tying things up and erasing a significant deficit. Omnic is really feeling the pressure as the underdog here. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to shut down that momentum. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Lancer is doing just enough to stay in it. It's been a gritty struggle, and we've seen a lot of back and forth exchanges from both sides. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer is showing incredible grit, cleaning up the exchange to take a 7-6 lead. A really clean sequence to put him back in the driver's seat. The momentum is shifting completely as he digs in deeper and pulls ahead to 8-6. He is really starting to assert himself as the higher seed. Omnic answers back to make it 8-7. He's definitely struggling to find a rhythm today. Omnic has forced a tie. We're all square now. Both sides are fighting tooth and nail for every single point. Omnic shuts him down from the box, extending his run to 3 straight. Lancer was certainly the more expected victor coming into this one. What a response! He completely shuts down that momentum to bring us back to a dead heat. A really quick a la carte stop to the slide. Lancer refuses to back down, securing his 2nd straight point to reclaim the lead. That's a huge shift in energy for the lead. Just a total shutdown on this side, and Lancer is absolutely rolling now. Lancer is simply refusing to let any lead slip. A tough trade-off that goes in favor of Omnic to close the gap. Omnic really needs this spark to offset his tough run of losses. He's completely in control now, moving just 1 step away from victory. That was an incredibly fast exchange. What a comeback. Lancer secures the final kill to close out the series. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but that's just another win in the books for the top seed. He really earned this one. Hard-fought win. Lancer has been an absolute force today, putting up a 24-12 record in the last 24 hours. That high volume of success should give him a lot of confidence, especially since he's already coming off a fresh win against Omnic. Lancer's holding a slim lead with 2 rounds up. He's putting on a strong showing despite the overall H2H deficit. Total chaos on the ramp that round, but Ignis came out on top to keep things tied. He really seems to have the edge in their head-to-head history. Ignis is really building some momentum here, taking control of the map from the boxes. The underrated player is putting on a clinic right now. Lancer manages to fight back, taking out Ignis right from the Tetris blocks. Looking at that rank 18 slot, it's a tough fight tonight. Lancer is starting to pull away, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to extend his lead. Both players are locked in a dead heat at 4-4. The lower seed is refusing to back down today. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaky as Ignis takes another quick round from the ramp. A tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to bring the score level. He definitely looked more shaken after that last loss on fast aim. Lancer's really tightening his grip on this match, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis now. The odds really are flipping in his favor tonight. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, this is a surprising turn of events. We expected the veteran Ignis to hold the line, but the underdog is actually controlling the pace right now. Time to see if Ignis bounces back. Lancer has a 48% win rate on this map, which mirrors Ignis exactly. It's really interesting to see that despite their statistical parity here, Lancer is the one finding his footing. The momentum is firmly on his side right now. He's just untouchable right now, keeping the momentum high with a totally clean exchange. He's proving the rating difference between these two tonight. Unbelievable! Lancer manages to survive a brutal trade to secure his 4th straight round. A brutal fight, but he manages to secure the round. Ignis manages to answer back quickly with a sharp headshot. He needs to find a way to keep this gap from closing further. Lancer picks him off the boxes, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Ignis shuts that attempt down from the box to keep his hopes alive. A quick snapshot from the boxes to stop that momentum swing. Another fast exchange goes in his favor, putting a brief halt to the finish line. Lancer's composure is definitely starting to waver. What a finish! Lancer shuts the door on this match by cleaning him off the ramp. He's just moving from strength to strength right now. Lancer is really on a tear today after that dominant run. Ignis has been an absolute nightmare for his opponent, winning 63% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a psychological edge that usually translates into results, and he's already making his mark in this one. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern. He's just too quick. That's 3 straight for Ignis. The momentum looks identical to their previous meeting on map. He secures another win from the ramp, and the momentum is completely shifting his way. It's exactly what the pre-match predictions called for. A total shutout so far, and he is just not letting up. His recent form has been struggling, and it's starting to show. He's simply untouchable right now, sweeping through the opening of this match. It's been a rough morning for a player who's already dropped 14 rounds today. That's an incredible stretch. He has completely seized control of this map. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. He just doesn't miss. That's a full 8 rounds in a row, and he just popped him off that container. His current struggles mirror the result he just faced against Lancer. Finally, a response. Omnic puts an end to that run and clears him off the ramp. Still fighting a tough climb for the 31st ranked player here. Ignis recovers immediately, taking this one from the ramp to keep his lead firmly in hand. Omnic is currently sitting at a 37% all-time win rate, and he's really struggling to find a way back into this one. It's a tough mountain to climb given how an uphill battle has defined his entire day so far. It's 10-2 for Ignis heading into the break, and honestly this is exactly how we thought the map would go. He's just completely outclassing the 31st ranked player right now. Time for a fresh reset. Ignis is dominant, holding a commanding 10-3 lead. Both of these players are sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Omnic is making a real push here, pulling him right off those boxes to keep the streak alive. Ignis is just too consistent. He keeps finding a way to shut down every tiny spark of hope Omnic shows. A really tough stretch for anyone fighting this deep in the ladder. Omnic is really showing a lot of grit here, holding his own from that container to tighten the gap. Omnic is really leaning into this surge, refusing to let the lead slip away entirely. He just won't stop. That's a 3rd straight round for Omnic as he survives that messy exchange. Hard to believe he's finally shaking off those recent losses. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. What a stop! Omnic manages to hold the line and keep the dream alive. The underdog is refusing to go quietly. Another clean take for the underdog, keeping this contest alive for now. This is a side of the match we didn't expect to see. And there it is. Ignis closes out the series with a perfect final shot to take the victory. Despite that late surge of energy from the underdog, the favorite just proved too steady on his home turf. Lancer entered this map with a strong 25-11 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to the current state of Omnic, who has been struggling with a 5-match losing skid. This is a tough spot for the underdog to dig himself out of. Omnic has a surprising 2-1 lead right now. Total role reversal from their last meeting on Dunes. This is really anyone's game right now with things tied up perfectly. He's currently ranked higher on the ladder and he's starting to show it. Lancer barely scrapes ahead to take a 3-2 lead. He is certainly playing his part as the favorite tonight. Omnic claws back, making it a dead heat. Neither one is willing to let the other pull ahead. Omnic is really putting on a show here, holding the high ground on the ramp to keep the momentum going. Lancer is definitely feeling the heat right now. He's just too sharp right now, taking his third straight to pull ahead. Everything seems to be going against the grain for the number 31 seed today. A quick response from Lancer, shutting down that momentum. He's showing why he holds that 149, 147 lifetime edge. Omnic is consistently proving a challenge for the higher rated side. It's a surprising turn of events given that he has such a low win rate in his most recent matches. He's managed to flip the script and put Lancer on the defensive. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's wild to see the 31st seed controlling the map like this. He's fighting back hard against the odds after a brutal run of losses recently. Let's see if the lead holds. Omnic is running away with it at 8-5. That was an incredibly clean finish to wrap up the round. A completely untouched finish as Lancer starts chipping away at that deficit. A little more breathing room for the top-seeded player now. He's refusing to go away, keeping his focus high as the gap closes. A serious fight for the lower seed to maintain that narrow gap. He's completely shifted the tide, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. The higher seed is finally starting to establish some control. He's on a tear now, taking total control of the map and pushing the score to 9-8. It's an absolute nightmare for the underdog right now. Omnic wins a messy exchange, leveling the score at 9-9. That was an intense fight, but he managed to come out on top. Omnic finds the edge, stepping up to a 10-9 lead. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to find an answer. He's absolutely on fire, outclassing his opponent again to put a firm grip on this game. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to put himself just one step away from victory. The pressure is just mounting for the favorite right now. What a scrap! Lancer manages to outlast him in a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. That was a grit and grind fight to the finish. What a response! He refuses to let this match slip away, securing another effortless victory. And there it is! Omnic secures the final kill to close out a stunning series victory. He's completely shaken off that losing streak with a massive result here. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Lancer has been on a tear today with a 25-11 record. It's a great start to the day, but Ignis has historically owned this matchup. It will be interesting to see if that old rivalry overrides Lancer's current hot streak. Unreal. Ignis barely survives that exchange from the boost, clinging on with just 8 health. The betting edge is definitely shifting toward the underdog here. Ignis is just one step ahead, leading 2-1. He's showing why he's ranked higher on the ladder right now. Total deadlock now. We're all tied up at 2 apiece. Lancer looks sharp, especially coming off that 13-8 victory in their previous clash. Ignis is really picking up the pace here, securing a quick win to reclaim the lead. Surprisingly high level play from the player sitting at rank 29. What a scramble! That was a desperate fight to the finish, but Ignis just barely edges it out. Total dominance in the head-to-head record is starting to show. That was a frantic exchange, but Ignis manages to come out on top for his 3rd straight victory. It's starting to look like the pre-match projections were wrong. He's just relentless, putting together an impressive 4-round tier to secure a comfortable lead. He's proving why the odds favored him going into this one. That's an incredible sequence for Ignis, moving to 5 straight while walking away completely unscathed. It's getting tough for the favorite to find any answer here. He's just untouchable right now, taking the map to a crushing 8-2 lead. Lancer's recent form is usually much steadier than this. Lancer finally gets a round back, narrowing the gap just slightly. Ignis has a bit more experience in these high-volume skirmishes. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from the favorite. That 6-round stretch really broke Lancer's momentum. Time to switch sides. Ignis has completely flipped the script, putting himself in a position to close this out comfortably. So yeah, it's a massive contrast to their last meeting where Lancer walked away with a victory. Now we're seeing the lower ranked player take full control of the map. What a fight! Ignis barely hangs on with a sliver of health after holding the box. He's showing incredible composure with these narrow escapes. Lancer proves that holding the ground can work, picking Ignis right off that box. The A-game he's shown today is certainly staring back at him now. Another round for Ignis, who just barely puts himself on the threshold of victory. Lancer is just running out of options to stop this momentum. Absolutely incredible. He survives a total war of attrition with a sliver of health to close out the series. He's just a monster in these clutch moments, digging deep and surviving the unthinkable to seal the deal. What a finish! Ignis currently holds a commanding 60-34 lead in their head-to-head history. You know that long-term advantage is definitely showing up in the way he's controlling these early exchanges. Let's see if Omnic can narrow that gap today. Ignis is rolling now with a 2-to-1 cushion. That match on Mappas clearly set the tone for today. Both players fought for the high ground there, but Ignis is just reacting quicker right now. His recent 13-4 victory against Lancer proves he's in prime form. Omnic is fighting back hard, just now punishing Ignis for staying up on the ramp. Ignis just cleans him right off the ramp, and that's a really strong start to this set. He's firmly in control, just as we'd expect from the favorite here. Ignis keeps the pace with a tight 4-3 lead. He's proving he can step up even as the underdog today. Omnic has clawed back to tie things up at 4-all. 2 straight for him, completely flipping the script on this set. Ignis just put a stop to that little momentum shift, making sure the pressure stays right on Omnic. Omnic manages to outplay him from the toolbox to keep this series deadlocked. The pressure is mounting for the number 29 seed. Ignis gets the better of him from the wine box, putting himself back in a strong position. He's showing a bit more consistency across the board lately. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the switch. Omnic is really stepping up here. He was supposed to be outclassed in this match, but he's holding his own against a much higher ranked opponent. Fresh start from a new side. Omnic takes the lead, putting the pressure back on. The rank 31 underdog is really making a statement now. And we're back to a deadlock at 7 apiece. The experience difference is evident with over 12,000 career rounds played. Ignis is really starting to pull away here, reclaiming the lead as he builds some serious momentum. He has the edge on the map win rate overall. That was a blink and you miss it exchange, and he's now cruised to 3 straight. A spotless exchange there, and he earns a huge point back. Just a few days ago, he was struggling with a losing streak in his last 10. Absolute stalemate now, we're all square at 9. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence after that 13-4 blowout. A perfect burst to close that out, and now he's firmly in the driver's seat. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. What a sight! Omnic just wipes him off the ramp to extend his lead. Just a totally different flow for him these past few rounds. Unstoppable right now, Omnic is just 1 round away from victory. Total collapse for the favorite after such a strong opening. He's showing some real grit to stop the run, staying completely unscathed in that duel. A critical stand here to keep his hopes alive. Ignis strikes from the window to stay alive, showing an incredible amount of heart in this close-out set. What a shot! Ignis knocks him off the ramp to force this into overtime. A complete reversal of fortunes in the blink of an eye. A huge response from Omnic to regain the lead in this overtime battle. It's a huge moment for the lower rated side of this pair. Simply an incredible display of resilience from Ignis to force the deadlock back at 13 apiece.
An absolute flash of lightning to take a one-round lead. He's simply refusing to back down. Neither player can pull away from the other. We are looking at a total deadlock. Exactly what we need for a true nail-biter of a set. Ignis is just refusing to go away, digging deep to pull ahead and bring this game to a knife edge. What a read. Omnic catches him on the ramp to pull this match back to a dead heat. Absolute nerves of steel from both players to stay this level. Omnic catches ahead by a single round now. Omnic is surging forward, now holding a 2-round advantage. He's really putting some serious pressure on the favorite now. Omnic is really widening that gap to 18-15. He's completely rewritten the script for this encounter. Omnic holds a 4-round cushion as we hit round 34. He really fought back and snatched this one away in the end. He just wouldn't let the favorite close it out. What a match! Lancer enters this as the clear favorite, owning a historical edge in their head-to-head record. It's interesting because Omnic actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if the higher ranked player can lock this down early. Lancer's now holding a slim lead at 2-1. He's trying to shake off those 2 straight losses from earlier. The momentum is swinging back and forth perfectly. Neither of these two can really pull away. Omnic really likes playing the spoiler today. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes by with a single point of health after that absolute brawl. Lancer is fighting to shake off those 2 straight losses from today. Lancer is really pulling ahead with a 4-2 cushion. This is a big bounce back after that tight loss on Orange. Lancer stays out front, holding a tight 4-3 advantage. A quick look at their history shows just how narrow this gap really is. Lancer has put up a 24-11 record over the last day. You can see that high volume of matches is paying off in his confidence right now. He seems fully comfortable controlling the pace of this set. Lancer keeps his nose ahead, leading 5-4. Omnic is definitely feeling the confidence of his previous win over his rival. What a scramble. He just barely survives that fight to bring the set level at 5-5. Lancer really needs to shake off those early struggles from the day. Lancer reads him perfectly and picks Omnic right off the box to reclaim the lead. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He looks a step ahead here though. Omnic is definitely keeping the pressure on. Let's see if Omnic can rally. Lancer is really starting to stack these up, and using that high ground just makes it look easy. It's a much more comfortable pace for him than that last meeting. Lancer is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9-5. Lancer is firmly in control now at 9-6. He's fighting through a tough patch of form today. Omnic is showing some serious grit, picking up another one to keep this rally going. He's definitely starting to find some gaps in the defense. Lancer's putting some serious distance here at 10-7. Lancer is playing like a man with a point to prove. The speed of these rounds is just incredible. Lancer is essentially blinking and the fight is over. A wild trade of fire, but Lancer comes out on top to reach match point. A tough spot for him to find himself in right now. Omnic puts up a strong fight here, keeping his hopes alive with a quick point-blank shot. He's definitely not going down without a fight. Game over! Lancer secures the final kill to shut the door on this match. He really asserted his dominance in the late game to leave no doubt. That's exactly how you close out a series.
Ignis starts strong here, quickly taking down Lancer right off the ramp. Lancer makes a quick adjustment, managing to push Ignis right off the ramp to tie things up. Lancer is definitely looking for some revenge after that tough loss on Blame map. Lancer has been in impressive form today, with a 25-11 record in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set, even if the head-to-head history isn't quite as favorable for him. He'll need to keep his composure to close the gap here. What an unbelievable escape. Ignis barely clings to life after that chaotic exchange from the Tetris. His overall dominance in their head-to-head is certainly showing. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and now he's looking completely untouchable. He's really starting to assert himself as the favorite here. He just keeps piling on the pressure, deleting his opponent from the ramp for another straight victory. He's really putting on a display for the higher rated player here. Lancer manages to dig in and put a stop to that run. Despite the lopsided history, we're seeing a much tighter fight today. Ignis still holds a commanding 6-2 lead. It's a familiar feeling for the higher seeded player right now. Ignis has held the advantage in over half of their 1000+ encounters, and honestly, it's starting to feel like that psychological edge is the deciding factor today. Lancer is essentially fighting uphill against a player who knows exactly how to beat him. Lancer manages to bring him down from the ramp just before the side swap. A nice way to end the half on a positive note. Ignis heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Everything is going according to plan for him right now. He looked very sharp during that 4-round run to take control of the map. Lancer needs a huge spark here. Lancer picks him right off the Tetris, and now he's putting some serious pressure on that lead. He is really putting those rating differences into perspective right now. Unreal! Ignis barely survives a brutal firefight from the box, clutching a win with a sliver of health. A total war of attrition this time, but Ignis manages to hold the box and secure the win. He just cannot shake this particular opponent today. Lancer manages to outduel him from the ramp, and now he's really closing the gap on this scoreline. It's surprising to see the higher rated player trailing in this set. Lancer is really picking up steam now, taking another quick round from the ramp to keep this run going. His current form has definitely shifted the dynamic today. He's on fire right now, picking up another win to bring this total within 2 rounds. He's really proving that pre-match favorite status right now. Ignis puts an end to that momentum and quickly secures another tally. A quick, decisive stop to keep things moving. Lancer is showing some serious grit, keeping his head high as he stays aggressive. He almost lets this one slip away, but manages to turn the tide for another win. The gap is essentially closed now. A fierce battle on the ramp ends with Ignis securing the victory, putting him just 1 round away from the win. Game over! Ignis closes it out with a perfect finish to take the series. Lancer played out of his mind to keep it this close, but he just couldn't find that final kill. He really fought for every single round. What a match! Ignis holds a huge lifetime advantage in their head-to-head record. It's just surprising to see that gap disappear after their most recent meeting. We'll have to see if Ignis can get back to their usual standard today. Omnic is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. It's just not looking like the usual result between these two. The trades are flying now. Both of these guys are practically teleporting across the map to find each other. Omnic takes a commanding lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's really proving his worth despite the rank gap. Ignis claws back, and we've got a dead heat. Neither side is showing any dominance yet. Ignis is starting to put a real stranglehold on this series with those quick wins. That early momentum from their last match seems to be fading. Complete deadlock now, as they're locked at 4 apiece. Omnic is showing zero fear of his higher ladder standing today. Ignis just edges ahead, putting him up 5-4. He's typically seen as the safe bet in this pairing. Ignis is putting on a strong display with a 70% win rate over his most recent matches. Well, it looks like he's finding a way to put his high volume of experience to good use here. He's definitely staring down the road to a comfortable lead. Ignis holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. Honestly, this looks exactly like what we anticipated coming into the match. He's showing why he boasts a 50% win rate on this specific map. Omnic needs a strong response here. Ignis is cruising now, pulling away to an 8-5 lead. That was lightning fast, just a quick flick to end it. The difference in their career volume is staggering. Ignis is just relentless, pushing the tally to 9-5. He's looking much more like his usual self throughout this set. Omnic just snapped that run and keeps the pressure on, refusing to let Ignis pull too far ahead. It's a tight battle, given that he's currently ranked a bit lower. He's on a roll now, showing some serious grit to chip away at that lead. He's definitely carving out a path toward a potential comeback. Ignis has seized total control at 10-7. A really dominant overall head-to-head history for the leader. Ignis is just too quick for him right now, putting a serious stranglehold on this match. That was an incredibly clean finish to wrap up the round. He is completely untouchable right now, putting himself just one step away from victory. And there it is! Ignis closes it out with an effortless final shot to take the series. He really tightened the screws in that second half. Omnic put up a great fight early on, but just couldn't hold the line. Lancer currently holds a narrow head-to-head advantage. He's definitely looking to maintain that upper hand after dominating their most recent encounter. It would be interesting to see if he can reclaim control early in this series. He just can't find an answer for Omnic's early aggression, extending the lead to 3-0. He's really putting that lower ranking to the side right now. What a crisp shot to break the momentum and get back on the board. It's a good sign for the favorite to start shaking things up. Omnic is just relentless now, leading 4-1. He's showing some real resilience despite sitting at rank 31. Lancer is buried deep now, trailing 5-1. Just goes to show that ratings aren't everything in these duels. Lancer has gone 24-11 in his last several games. It's a stark contrast to how Omnic has been performing today. It will be a real test of mental strength to see if he can use that momentum to close this gap. Lancer is completely taking over here, securing a third straight round to close the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the current lead. Lancer is on fire. He's now completely erased that early deficit and leveled the game. It's a complete flip from the start of the series. Simply unbelievable. He is just untouchable right now, closing out another round with ease. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's playing exactly as we expected. After that huge 6-round run, Omnic is hanging in there, but the favorite is just slightly more consistent. Time to see if that trend holds. What a desperate fight. He just barely claws his way out of that exchange to stay in it. He's definitely keeping this series alive with that clutch play. What an absolute war of attrition, and he manages to walk away from that brawl with a sliver of health left to level the map. Pure chaos in the server now that everything's even. Another efficient exchange for him, securing the 8-7 lead with a completely clean shot. Omnic strikes back, and we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. A completely fresh slate for both players heading into the final stretch. He just outpaced his opponent completely, taking a 1-round lead. He's definitely justifying that higher ranking in the server. Omnic bounces back, and we're right back to a deadlock. He just stepped in and took the lead back, showing zero signs of slowing down. That was a patient fight, and he comes out of it completely unscathed. The higher seed is really starting to flex his muscle here. He's absolutely cruising now, putting himself just one step away from victory. The gap in skill level is becoming obvious as we hit the endgame. Absolute perfection to seal it. Lancer storms back from that early deficit to take the map. Omnic really tried to hold his ground, but he just couldn't keep up with those lightning fast reactions at the end. Ignis is clearly comfortable in this head-to-head, winning about 56% of their historical battles. It's interesting because he was considered the underdog coming into this game. We'll see if that mental edge allows him to pull away early. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that encounter with a tiny sliver of health remaining. Lancer really needs to shake off those struggles from their last meet. The momentum has shifted completely, and he's walking away from this round without taking a single point of damage. He's really proving himself to be a tough matchup for Lancer. Just completely outclassed. He's now riding a 4-round tier to start this game. It's a stark contrast to how he looked against Omnic earlier. Lancer answers back with a smooth victory to keep the score close. He's definitely playing like a top 20 ranked player right now. Ignis is putting on a clinic from the high ground, keeping Lancer under heavy pressure early on. Lancer looks a bit shaky compared to that 13-9 win over Omnic. Lancer has been in exceptional shape lately, putting up a 25-11 record today. It's making this specific gap in the score feel a lot more surprising. He really needs to find a way to turn this around before the lead gets out of hand. Ignis just shuts him down on the boost and keeps the momentum rolling. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure after that recent loss to him. He's simply on another level right now, pushing his lead to 8. He's really capitalizing on everything the favorite is giving him. He just refuses to let up, extending the lead to 9. He is definitely playing the role of the underdog to perfection. He claims another victory from the boost, extending that impressive run to 6 straight. It's becoming a complete landslide for the lower rated player. Ignis heads into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. I mean, we expected the favorite to have the upper hand, but this is a total rout. Lancer needs a massive adjustment to avoid a quick exit. Let's see if Lancer finds some rhythm. Ignis is simply dominating with a massive 10-3 lead. That's a high level showing from the top 20 talent. What a fight! Lancer claws back through a chaotic exchange to hold on with just 15 health. Absolute desperation in those fights, but he's making the comeback real. Lancer just blew through that defense to drop him right off the ramp, keeping his hot streak alive. He's definitely starting to look like that favorite status. He barely survives that long exchange, managing to scrape by after a brutal slugfest. He's certainly holding his ground despite the ranking gap. Lancer is refusing to go quiet, putting up a real fight to bridge the gap here. He's definitely not letting that redline loss from their last meet haunt him. He stops that surge in its tracks, putting the pressure squarely back on his opponent. The composure on display is exactly why he's climbed the rankings. He's just denied the game-ending blow, extending the fight by one more round. He's fighting through a really tough spot right now. What a finish! Ignis secures the map with one final precise shot. He really just kept the upper hand today, confirming that he's a nightmare for Lancer to deal with. Ignis has clearly owned this matchup, leading their career head-to-head 61-35. And he's carrying a huge amount of confidence into this series after a perfect run of 3 straight wins earlier today. We have to see if Omnic can finally break that streak. Ignis is just one step closer to a sweep. Needed to see that response to keep this tight. A tough stretch lately, as he's currently dealing with a 3-game slump. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, making it look a bit too easy right now. The higher seed is certainly playing his part today. Squeezing that out, he barely survives that exchange to take a commanding lead. He's really mirroring the dominant form shown in his previous encounter with this opponent. Unbelievable! He claws back from the edge of defeat to secure another round. He is definitely playing like the top-seeded player right now. A clean response here to keep the momentum shifting his way. Trying to shake off a tough few games from earlier. He is showing real grit here, picking up another one to close the gap further. The momentum shift is real, especially for a player usually fighting from below. Omnic has struggled to find any consistency lately, putting up just a 20% win rate in his last 10 games. It's a tough mountain to climb when you're entering a match with that kind of negative momentum. Ignis is clearly capitalizing on that lack of confidence. Ignis holds a strong 3-round lead at 7. His recent form is just outclassing everything here. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely controlling the pace just as the pre-match analysis suggested. He needs to keep up this level of play to close this out early. Time for a fresh start. Ignis is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. That was a lightning-fast exchange to wrap up another round. Omnic finally fights back to make it 5-9. He's finally showing some fight after those tough losses to Lancer. What a scramble. Both players were down to their last bit of health, but he manages to secure the kill. He is really starting to put some pressure back on. Omnic grabs another, but Ignis still commands 10-6. The higher rated player is just steadily controlling this server. Omnic secures a round, trailing 7-10 now. A surprising turnaround for a player currently ranked 31st. The pace is just frightening. Those rounds are ending in a blink. He's truly proving why he's higher on the ladder today. A total shutdown of that comeback attempt, and now Ignis is officially on match point. Absolute perfection. Ignis closes the series out with an effortless finish to take the win. He's simply too fast on this map, and he's barely breaking a sweat today. Lancer is coming in on fire with a 24-11 record over the last day. And that momentum is already showing as he looks to extend his current lead in their head-to-head series. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that cycle. Lancer's really dominating this set, sitting pretty at 2-0. It's a familiar script after their last clash on Italy P. Omnic manages to catch Lancer before he can even react from the ramp. Lancer's ranking puts him in the upper half of the ladder.
Lancer holds a commanding 3-1 lead.
Lancer seems to be finding his range early in this one. Lancer's just relentless, pulling further ahead at 4-1. He's firmly in control right now as the favorite. Omnic puts up a fight, quickly picking him off the ramp to close the gap. The underdog is refusing to go away quietly. Omnic holds his ground from the toolbox, securing another round to keep this match close. He's completely shifted the energy of this set. Omnic secures the window and completely evens the score at 4-all. He's effectively erased the gap and neutralized the early advantage. Lancer answers back immediately to reclaim the lead. Omnic is really struggling to find a way to win a second straight. Lancer keeps his advantage, taking a quick duel from the ramp to keep the momentum on his side. Omnic stays dangerous, continuing his push as we head into the final round of the half. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Everything is playing out as predicted so far. These two are nearly identical on this map, and they're proving it by staying completely level. Fresh start for both players here. Lancer edges ahead once more, pushing it to 7-6. The rank 31 spot is proving a tough place to be today. A perfectly clean shot from the ramp brings us back to a complete deadlock. Omnic is proving his worth as the underdog today. Omnic is really showing a lot of grit here, taking the lead once again. He's continuing that trend of picking up upsets today. Lancer claws right back to keep this tied at 8. It's a total toss-up at this point. He's staying composed, putting the pressure back on as he pushes the lead to 9. He's really proving the doubt wrong today. Lancer gets the read on him and shuts him down from the ramp. The lower rated player is making this a real struggle. Lancer barely clings to a 1-round lead over Omnic. He's proving to be the much more consistent force today. Omnic secures this one from the ramp, clawing his way back to tie the game at 10-all. A huge momentum swing to bring things right back to an even split. He's completely unfazed, shutting down the duel without giving up a single point of health. He's really capitalizing on the pressure in these late stages. Both of these guys have completely forgotten how to lose a round. They're just swapping wins at this point. What a performance! Omnic has clawed back from a deficit to secure a massive 12-11 lead. Lancer has put up a lot of resistance, but he's just slightly out of sync. Unbelievable! He holds his ground on the ramp to seal the deal and complete the comeback. He just didn't let the pressure get to him in the end. Omnic really stepped up to take the series tied at 151. What a fight! Ignis is on fire lately, and he just shut down Lancer's attempt to hold that ramp. Ignis has really owned the head-to-head matchup, securing over 57% of their games. It's a stark contrast to Lancer's current momentum today. We'll see if that historical edge can pull through as the match heats up. Pure chaos now that Lancer and Ignis are deadlocked. Both players are proving their ground here given the nearly identical map histories. Lancer is really starting to push the pace now, and taking that position on the ramp just gave him a nice cushion. He's completely taking control of the map, swatting Ignis right off that ramp for his third straight. Another one. He's just completely overwhelming Ignis right now. Lancer is clearly shaking off the loss from their previous map today. That is a strong response from Ignis, shutting down the momentum and getting back into the fight. He's proving why the odds were so close going into this. Ignis keeps climbing back, quickly picking Lancer off that ramp to maintain the push. He's really making his case as the underdog here. Unreal precision to secure that third straight, tying the series at 5-5 while clearing Lancer off the ramp. Hard to believe the favorite is struggling this much right now. Lancer recovers his footing just in time to put himself back on top before the half. Lancer is definitely tightening up those exchanges. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Lancer is playing way above his head right now. He's holding his own against the player who usually takes these matches. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Lancer takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. A bit of a revenge story after that tough loss earlier today. Lancer has been in an incredible flow today, putting up a record of 24-12. That kind of momentum is exactly what he needs to overcome the historical deficit he has against Ignis. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this level of play through the final rounds. He's just too fast on that ramp, completely shutting down the opposition with a third straight. His recent struggle in the last 10 games isn't showing. He just doesn't stop, knocking Ignis off the box to keep this streak rolling. He is completely flipping the script from their previous encounter today. He's just unstoppable, outdueling Ignis on the ramp to stretch this streak to 5. The momentum has completely shifted from their previous encounter today. Ignis finds his mark from the Tetris, finally breaking the momentum. His 80% win rate over the last 10 looks like it's resurfacing. Ignis is putting on a clinic, cutting right through Lancer while he's perched on that ramp. Ignis is starting to look much more comfortable in this series. What a scramble! Lancer barely hangs on with a sliver of health to put himself just one round away from victory. Absolutely nails that shot with practically nothing left in the tank. He just barely survives that bloody encounter to keep the match alive. The pressure is really getting to him as the finish line nears. Game over, he closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. A huge statement for him after that head-to-head history. He's really proving he can hold his own against an opponent who's usually a nightmare for him. Ignis is holding a massive edge here, leading their head-to-head record 62-35. It's clear that historical dominance is creating some real pressure for Omnic today. I wonder if he can find a way to shift the narrative. Ignis is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 2-0. He really needs to shake off that last 13-7 loss against his opponent. The momentum is completely on his side now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. The favorites are simply taking control of this one. Omnic is showing some grit now, reacting fast to snag a clean round. He's definitely proving that the gap in skill isn't as wide as expected. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange while fighting from the box. He's certainly playing like the favorite so far. He's refusing to go away, securing another round to keep the pressure mounting. Unbelievable. He refuses to go down and claws back this round with practically 0 health left. He's really starting to close the gap. Absolutely breathtaking. Ignis barely walks away from that war, pulling off a win while Omnic was on the box. It's a tough day for the 31st ranked player. He's showing real tenacity here, refusing to let the map slip away. He's definitely not intimidated by the ranking gap. He has completely leveled the playing field, bringing us back to a dead heat. The underdog is completely ignoring the script right now. Another clean finish for him, completely taking over as we head toward the break. A really clean way to close out the first half. We're all square at 6-6. Well, Omnic is doing everything he can to flip the script on this one. He's completely neutralized a player who normally has a massive historical advantage in this pairing. Clean slate for both of them. Ignis strikes back, reclaiming a slender 1-round lead. A steady showing from the higher seeded player today. He just blows through that defense to pick Ignis off the box, bringing the score dead even. The pressure is really starting to build for the favorite. Ignis barely holds the lead at 8-7 right now. Ignis looks much more comfortable than he did against Lancer. Omnic has only a 30% success rate in his last 10 maps, and honestly, the weight of that slump is starting to show now that the score is slipping. It feels like the momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. What a scrap! Ignis barely clings to life after that chaos, holding his ground from the box. He is certainly playing to his rating in this series. Ignis is really putting the squeeze on him now, closing things out faster and faster with every round. Another flawless trade for Ignis, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. And there it is, a total shutout to close it out, and Ignis takes the series. He really leaned on those close calls to secure the win, surviving 3 separate scraps to keep his lead. Lancer holds a narrow lead over the long term with 151 wins in their head-to-head history. Well, he's entering this match with a strong 24-12 record today. It'll be interesting to see if that overall form helps him recover from a shaky start. Omnic has seized the momentum, leading 2-1. Omnic is certainly playing like the underdog today. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, refusing to let Lancer settle into the match. Omnic is just dominating right now, sitting at 4-1. Lancer is showing some real grit here, shutting down that run to keep himself in the game. Omnic is currently sitting on a strong run of 5 rounds won. I mean, he is definitely making the most of the psychological edge he gained from winning their most recent head-to-head. Now, we just need to see if he can keep Lancer from clawing back into this. Omnic keeps pulling away, now firmly in control at 6-3. The higher rated player is really feeling the heat right now. The gaps between these encounters are shrinking. It feels like a total shootout out here. That was clinical. He really didn't let the round drag on. Squeaking through with a narrow lead, he barely survives that exchange to keep the streak alive. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome here. We'll have to see if the higher rated player can actually mount a comeback from this deep. Time to shift the sides. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. Lancer's usual superiority in their head-to-head history isn't playing a part here. Lancer finally finds some air, but Omnic still holds a huge 10-4 advantage. He's really having a tough time getting things moving today. What a scramble. He manages to claw out a victory after that chaotic exchange. He's definitely proving that the gap in their ratings isn't a factor. He shuts that door quickly, moving within a single round of victory. The pre-match expectations have completely evaporated. Absolutely wild. He digs deep to survive that brawl and secures the victory. Just a total landslide on Orange today. He really walked all over the competition in that one. Ignis usually holds the advantage in this matchup with a 56% career win rate. But Lancer is clearly the one with the hot hand right now. It'll be interesting to see if that current momentum can override the long-term history here. Another effortless round for Lancer, who's now completely in control of this opening stretch. Ignis gets a huge answer here, picking Lancer right off the ramp. He's certainly showing why he entered this server as the favorite. The response is getting stronger as he quickly puts more pressure on the front runner. That early confidence Lancer had is starting to fade. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange to reclaim the lead. He's definitely riding a wave after that 13-9 result earlier. Lancer has looked sharp today with a 23-13 record in the last 24 hours. And he's converting that individual game into early lead. It's a huge contrast to his usually shaky history in this pairing. He's just refusing to back down, securing another effortless point to stay within reach. It's clear why the betting market had Lancer as the favorite today. And he's back on a level playing field, taking a third straight to tie it up. The momentum shift is genuine for the trailing player. What a scrap! He manages to outlast the exchange, claiming his 4th straight point. He's really making the most of his current form. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Lancer is holding his own despite the historical gap between these two. It looks like he's finally figured out how to neutralize the favorite's impact. Clean slate for both. Lancer edge ahead now with a 7-6 lead. Lancer's target is a good day so far, but his overall match history is still against him. An intense firefight, but he manages to claw back and even the score. A fast trade there to get things back on equal footing. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, gripping a narrow 8-7 lead. Ignis is really feeling the pressure after his rough run earlier. A completely untouched finish for the comeback kid, bringing the score right back to a stalemate. We're seeing a real battle of attrition between these two. He's moving into a lead of his own, showing impressive grit to claw back into this game. A brutal set of rounds to secure this lead. And we are back to a dead tie at 9-all. He's keeping things tight despite the higher total match count on this side. Lancer sneaks ahead to put himself up 10-9. He's really capitalizing on the confidence from that red line victory. He's simply too fast right now, taking total control with another victory. That's quite the shift for the player sitting at rank 23. Ignis is showing some real heart here, shutting down the momentum and keeping his hopes alive. A gritty effort to level the playing field as the trailing player refuses to let the match slip away. The tension is palpable with everything back on the line. What a heart-stopping finish! He survives with almost nothing left and secures a massive match point advantage. What a sensational finish! He closes it out perfectly to claim the map victory. He just couldn't close the door when it mattered most, and it really shows that historical edge paying off. He fought so hard for this one. What a battle! Ignis holds a massive advantage in the history of this rivalry, having won 64% of their head-to-head encounters. He's actually coming off a fresh victory against Omnic just a short while ago. I wonder if that mental edge will make this a quick series. Ignis is dominating right now, leading 2-1. We've got a dead heat early on, and Omnic looks completely comfortable playing the spoiler today. Omnic is really putting on the pressure here, taking out Ignis right off the ramp. That high ranking isn't helping his confidence right now. Unreal. Both players poured it on in that exchange, but Ignis manages to survive by a thread to tie things up. A tough time of it for the lower rated side lately. Omnic barely edges ahead, pushing the lead to 4-3. That's a surprising start for someone sitting lower on our rating. Ignis claws back to tie things up at 4-all. He's showing exactly why he's ranked 6 spots higher on the ladder. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here and looks poised to take control of the set. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their previous meeting. Omnic was too quick there, catching Ignis right as he tried to play it from the Tetris blocks. He's clearly having a harder time keeping things steady than the favorite expected. Ignis pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. Looking at the numbers, the higher seeded player is finding his footing. We're all tied up at 6 apiece moving into the break. I mean, Omnic is refusing to back down despite being the underdog here. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this level of play against a top tier opponent. Omnic strikes first after the break, taking a 7-6 lead. Everything about this series feels like a complete flip of expectations. What a scramble! Both players traded heavy hits, but Ignis barely claws out of that fight to even the score. That's another nail-biter where he just manages to hold on. Omnic is really tightening his grip on this series, shutting down Ignis' attempt to take the high ground. 8 apiece now, and this absolute bloodbath continues. He's really leaning on that recent form throughout this set. Omnic just claims a slim lead at 9-8. That was an incredibly fast trade to pull off. Omnic has traditionally struggled in this pairing, winning only 37% of his all-time matchups. Well, he's completely flipped the script on that trend today. He's playing with a confidence we rarely see from him in this specific rivalry. Omnic is really starting to pull away here. He's just a couple of rounds away from a huge victory. A lightning-fast reflex play leaves Ignis in the dust, putting his opponent just one step from victory. Absolute perfection on that final shot. Omnic closes it out in a total sweep. He really stepped up when it counted, completely shutting down the favorite's momentum to secure this victory. Lancer enters this as the slight favorite and is currently leading the all-time head-to-head series. I mean, it's an incredibly tight margin, but he has managed to stay just ahead of Omnic through hundreds of encounters. We'll see if he can push that lead further tonight. Omnic has the early momentum here, taking control of the server and cutting Lancer down from the ramp. Lancer reacts quickly, shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the ramp. This one is officially a toss-up. He really needs this bounce back after that rough series on Orange. Omnic holds a slim lead at 3-2 right now. He's really carrying that momentum from their last meeting. A total deadlock now as the Lancer levels it at 3-3. He's definitely looking to avenge that blowout from their last match. Lancer is starting to build some real pressure here, putting Omnic on the defensive. Lancer secures another clean one from the ramp, fully taking over this exchange. Lancer is definitely shaking off those recent losses to Ignis. Omnic manages to hold his ground in a longer encounter to get back into this. He is definitely making up for that poor 13-22 showing over the last day. Lancer is really starting to separate himself here, coming out of that exchange on the ramp with a comfortable lead. He's showing why he holds the higher seed on the ladder. Lancer has been really strong today with an 8-6 winning record over his last few matches. It's clear he's bringing that high-level intensity into the closing stages of this game. He's practically in total control now. Lancer holds an 8-4 advantage as we head into the break. Things are going exactly as the analysts predicted today. He's simply better than Omnic on this specific map layout. Omnic needs a spark here. Lancer is just relentless right now, securing that ramp again and leaving Omnic with nowhere to turn. Lancer's top 25 ranking is really showing through. Lancer is just cruising now with a 10-4 lead. His 22-14 record today proves he's in a great spot. He just can't find an answer, getting shut down again from that high ground. He's fully flipped the script from that blowout they had on Orange. Absolutely lethal. Lancer is completely in the driver's seat now, just one round away from the victory. What a scramble! Omnic claws back a miracle victory, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. Just a heartbeat of health left on that play. Game over, Lancer shuts this down in a huge final play to seal the victory. He just walked all over the competition here, a huge performance that puts him right back on top of this rivalry.